How's everybody doing today? Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. This is Oz, the Crypto Goat, and you are watching the Ledger Lounge right now. Welcome. Thank you all for joining in today. We're going to get started in just a few minutes, but if you are watching, make sure you hit that like button. What's up, Poway Rock? How you doing, buddy? HD Malicious, what is going on? Glad to see you all. And remember, if you are watching on TikTok, make sure you smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and share the show with your friends. We are battling a shadow ban right now, so I need all the help I can on TikTok. Keep hitting the like button, keep sharing the show, send in gifts, whatever it is that how you want to engage, go for it, because we need that engagement. Also, you on Twitch watching as well, don't forget to spam the chats, send in those cheers, send in those bits. It has all the same features that TikTok has. There's a little diamond emblem on the bottom. It says bits. It looks like the Ethereum symbol. You can click that and you can send bits, just like you can send like the flowers and roses and goats and lightning bolts on TikTok. Thank you for hitting that like button on TikTok. We're going to get started in a little bit here. Let's see if we can get to at least 50,000 likes for the live today on TikTok. Let's see if we can get the 50,000 zone. That's generally where we hit, but we've been falling short lately. We usually do anywhere between 50 to 150,000 likes, but we've been having a little bit of trouble lately. Your fingers hurt now? You know what I do is I take my thumbs, I hold the phone and I start tapping to get the hearts going. Then I use my thumbs and I just wiggle my phone back and forth, and I use both my thumbs to tap. And that seems to do it pretty well. But always take a break. What's up, AJ Funk? But yeah, we all need to come together and make sure we're liking throughout the live, periodically. If you hear something you like, send a like. If you feel like viewership is low, send a like. That's the name of the game here, is bringing in new people. You can always share the show. You can send the link to the show to someone else to come watch. Send it to all your friends. And let's drive viewership back up, because we are dealing with the shadow. I don't want to say the B word, but we're being shadowed by TikTok right now. They're not too happy of us. Went long at 239.23. Nice. I think, though, you may change your mind about that. You'll probably get a pump up again, though, to about 247-ish again, 250. It'll probably fall short, probably 246 to 243. And because it looks like we're forming a head and shoulders here, and we got some horrific news for XRP. Horrific! And I've been saying this for a while, that this was going to happen. I understand the judicial system and how these procedures work, okay? And all this speculation that everyone is just feeding into is going to end up burning them. Yeah, you got to get out of the shorter time frames, man. Look at the 1 day. The 1 day will tell you everything. 1 day is not looking pretty, baby. This is a nasty head and shoulders probably going to form right here. And that would bring the price all the way down to about 210-ish to 207. Yeah, we're way overbought. It's nasty. We're definitely, and we're due for a nasty price correction back down to $2. We've been pumping since this 160 zone all the way to 260, 270-ish, 265. That's a whole $1 increase without any real price correction. So we're due for about 50%, would put us down at about 210. What's up, Aussie Nate? Poway Rock with the bits, man. Thank you very much. I don't know how to calculate how many of those that is. It looks like 105 to me. I'm still learning. B is my coach for Twitch, and he hasn't been around lately. He's been really busy. It's Memorial Day weekend coming up, so he's a little busy, and I get it. And they got a lot to plan for the VA there, and the veterans VFW. What's up, Armando? Armando A on TikTok just joined the email alert system. I hope you're enjoying that. Don't forget to sign up for those email alerts. It's going to help you to actually get notified when I post something. I post when I am going to go live, and it's going to evolve into more of like links to news articles and things like that, but it's just in its baby phase, so that's why the price is so low, but it's very helpful. It's very helpful for you to get those notifications because time is money, and a lot of times the email alerts will post before the video even posts. And that's because TikTok a lot of times puts things under review, and a lot of people are not getting the information to their For You page. So that is definitely something that you want to be signed up for. Even if you're following, even if you're subscribing, for some reason, TikTok is trying to become a search engine. And if you're not searching and seeking it out, they're not putting it in front of you. So when you sign up for the email list, not only is it going to alert you, it's going to help guide you into putting, Oz the Crypto Goat into the search bar, searching it up, which is also going to help improve the show. It's going to help drive that content to the other subscribers. So you're helping them as well. And we're a community here. We're here to help each other and grow together and succeed together. That's what this is all about.
Sometimes I feel like you don't even see me.
God's Unchained, please. What is God's Unchained? Is that a crypto? If you want me to look at different projects for you, you gotta become a subscriber, or all you have to do is move over to Twitch. Come over to Twitch and put it in the chat, and it's absolutely free. But we will be leaving this platform and moving to Twitch. June 19th is when the 90-day pause for TikTok ends, and TikTok may be shutting down in the US. So you're gonna have to come to Twitch for the show. If that happens, it's our way to mitigate if that does happen. And if it doesn't, we're still moving to Twitch because I am just so tired of filling out 9 to 25 appeals every live. I did hire somebody though to handle the legalities. So we now have someone to run the management side and paperwork and legalities for the show. So they're going to be doing a lot of the paperwork for filing for our LLC and all these different things because we are growing. We have a staff, several members on the staff. I'm not going to say how many, but we have private security and we have fact checkers and we have journalists that go through the news and find all the information that we're going over. We have an IT guy that helps with all the equipment and uploading all the videos and such. So it's grown exponentially. It's incredible how much we've grown just overnight. And thank you all for continuing to hit the like button, because we need that support right now more than anything. Hitting that like button and sharing it. Kodak59, thank you so much for sharing the live. Everybody, very easy. Just click the link to share the live with your friends. This show grows by word of mouth, and people have been growing it by word of mouth. Despite everything that comes against this show, we continue to grow. And that's because of you and your support. But not only that, it's because they can't keep the truth down. We are here to tell the truth, and because of that, we face major suppression. It's ridiculous how much suppression we deal with here. But the truth will prevail, is what I believe. So if you're looking for the truth and you want to spread the truth to other people, now is the time to jump in and help and come together as a community to create something incredible. And we already have it created something so incredible here, and it's wonderful. And I love doing this now. This has been a long time goal I've been wanting to do for a very long time, so I do appreciate it. Cracker Jack, how you doing, buddy? I see you posted you want me to look at a project for you, R-Kit. Here's the thing. If you want me to look into a project for you, you got to become a subscriber, or you got to come over to Twitch and type it in on the Twitch chat, and I will do it for free. Sharon, how you doing? TikTok seller, what's going on? Big baller, we're going to 126. Man, you read the news, didn't you? 126. I think that's highly possible, especially with sell-off coming. I did make some adjustments. Here to, we were in a descending channel. Okay. We were kind of in like this. I think it was something like this. It was a little bit different. It was more like up here. Right? We were in this descending channel thing, right? This was a descending channel. I've redone that, and I believe that this is more or less a broadening wedge. Okay, still bearish. Or excuse me, this is bullish. This is bullish, this broadening wedge, because it's from a bullish push up and then slanted downward. So, however, with that, it would line up perfectly with a massive drop all the way down to these lower levels, somewhere in this 120-ish range. And that would line up with the news we just got, that we're probably going to be breaking downward. Look at this nasty red candle today. That is awful. We lost pretty much everything we gained after this first pump. A whole week's worth of the market gone in 1-2 days. That's horrific. Good here. I didn't open up Twitch. Just gonna chill here. That's fine. Whichever place you decide. The idea is to move to Twitch and get that set up, because on June 19th, TikTok may be disappearing. And also, we want to, bolster that side as well. So, filter back and forth, but eventually we will be leaving TikTok for good. Let's see. Coinbase got hacked. Yep, the suppression is real. That's a big one. Not me. I took profits. Yeah, there's more news than that. And we're going to get into it. We're going to get into the nasty. Oh my gosh. And what's crazy is I was looking for this information and it's being heavily suppressed. I don't think people are really going to find out this until tomorrow. I think they're going to allow this to drive down, pump back up one more time, and then drive back down again. And that would form a nasty head and shoulders. That would form a nasty head and shoulders. I think a lot of people want to drive it up. But with the news that I just heard today, I am very worried about XRP's future. I've been excited today for the news. Yep. And I'm glad you've been taking profits. I know you have, bro. So you're doing a lot well, and doing really well with your trading. I'm really happy for everybody. Everyone's getting a lot less greedy, and because of it, we're making more money. The less greedy you are, the more generous the universe will be to you. Sharon says, don't say that. Well, TikTok is definitely on its way out. Even just for quality creators. As a creator, I just cannot stand it. We're going to get into the news in just a few minutes. We're still getting started here. I'm waiting for us to get up to at least like 10,000 likes before I even get into the news, because people need to hear this information. So start smashing that like button and we're going to get into it. I'll go over a little technical analysis of what I'm seeing, but there is some crazy news. Don't miss out on it, especially because they are suppressing it. I do think they will potentially allow it to pump up again, but it's probably not going to go over 243, maybe 247. And that would be definitely, I would say, a point to take profits or exit, whatever it is you think. That's up to you to decide. I'm just here to give you the information and give you the price direction, and for you to decide what it is you feel is going to happen. Yeah, that was the first time I didn't get greedy, and I timed it very well. Good for you. I'm gonna engage on TikTok more even. Again, we need it. Yes, we do need more TikTok engagement for the next week or so. I would say until we, I would say June 19th, when the TikTok shutdown's supposed to be, we need to bolster TikTok as much as possible and try to move those people over to Twitch, because there's lots of people that watch the show, and they watch all the time. I see in the analytics, like they're watching, there's hundreds of them, and they're you know, they watch for about an hour, and some, you know, the full 4 hours. They watch the entire show, and they're just here, and they're here every single day. But they have not moved to Twitch, and I think part of it is it's a bit of a hassle. It's something you have to do, you know, and people just aren't having it. But we will be leaving to Twitch indefinitely, whether TikTok gets shut down or not. I thought you said XRP is on its way out. Yes, I think XRP's got possibly another little pump here to 242 to 247, and then it would come crashing down. Now there will be some price correction in between there, but yeah, I think it's probably going to come down to 212-ish, and that's just based on the news. And it could come lower. I'd 208 to $2 even, based on this news. Let's find the next best coin. I literally had that thought today. Hi, today XRP is probably cooked. I agree. XRP might be cooked. It might be crispy fried steak. I was thinking about the next best coin, and I would say somewhere along the lines of like Solana or Cardano. somewhere along there. I do think XRP may have I think more or less Ripple will have a future, but will it be XRP? Maybe not necessarily. It's something we're gonna have to keep an eye on. Sharon Strong, thank you very much for all your tapping away. I know you all are very anxious to find out the news for today and why XRP is crispy fried steak cooked to a crisp. I would say not quite well done, but getting close there to char broiled. I'd say we're about well done, headed for charred. We are getting close, and who knows? It could just be don't trust anyone that don't know what XRP is. I would say the exact same thing to you, Jason Mason. We know what XRP is here, and we understand its utility and what it can do, but we also understand that if institutions cannot buy it, it has no viability, and then it dies. And that is a problem. So as long as this SEC case goes on, and I'd say even after it's over, as long as the injunction is in place, XRP has no future. Just sell then? I sold a long time ago. I'm holding stable coins. I'm waiting for the summer dip to rebuy back in. Jason, do you happen to know what happened with Ripple today? I bet you don't even know. Neo, Ripple is in the Middle East with Trump today meeting Saudis. Is that so? And that's the thing, is Ripple is a global coin. So just because something is the way it is in the United States doesn't mean that it's going to be affected by the policies that are going on here in the United States. But I think in the short term, it will. In the short term, it will affect it. In the long term, I don't think it will. But what it will do is it will keep it down and suppressed. But I would also say diversification. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Look into other projects. There are many other projects that do the same thing that XRP does, and some are even faster. They're just not poised to take over a global market like XRP is. And I think part of XRP going through all of this is it's been put through the fire. It's been put through the legal fire, and it's creating the groundwork for legal clarity in the crypto markets. Not just XRP. HBAR, I think HBAR may be a big player to take over XRP. I'd say Cardano, HBAR, Solana. One of those is probably going to be the if XRP does fail and doesn't end up being, adoptable, then those are what I would move towards. I'm also liking Algo as far as real world assets, and Ondo. Algo and Ondo, baby. Those are some good ones. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and share the show with your friends. Now, we are at 10,000 likes. Thank you all very much for helping reach that goal so quickly. That does help the show dramatically. Spill the beans, Oz, 10K. All right. Let me... I closed a window that I need for later on, so give me a second. Let me get this going here. All right. Fixed. The beans. You all want the beans? Well, let me tell you, the beans is going to give you gas. And the bubble is about to pop, baby. Giddy Marie says, I know the beans. I know Giddy Marie messaged me about the exact same time I was reading the article. I was reading about it and setting up the show for today. And I was like, oh my God, this is crazy. And she messaged me and she's like, hey, is this for real? And I'm like, I'm looking into it right now. Don't miss the show. This is going to be crazy. Yeah, it's probiotic time, baby. Let's look at this. The U.S. court, and look at the way they write this. The U.S. court dismisses settlement request in XRP, Ripple, and SEC lawsuit. They write dismiss. If somebody's just glancing, not paying attention, they're going to miss it. If they're just reading headlines, it's leads it to be misleading that the settlement has been dismissed, right? As though the case has been dismissed. They write things for, and I wouldn't say that people are uneducated, but they're just busy and distracted, and they miss things, and they just read the headlines and they get misled very easily. And don't forget, we are on Twitch. Come on over to Twitch. That's Oz the Crypto Goat, all lowercases, no spaces on Twitch. It's put right there by TikTok Seller. Thank you. Creative writing to fraud. I agree. Or they have special interest. They know it's going down. They have to write the piece, but they write it in a way that's misleading to you to use you as exit liquidity. All right, James K. Phelan, a lawyer for former federal prosecutor, reported on the 15th local time via X that the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York has dismissed the settlement request between XRP Ripple and the United States Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC. The SEC requested to reduce the fine imposed on XRP from $125 million to $50 million and lift the sales ban, but Judge Annalisa Torres deemed the request procedurally improper. And I tried to tell you all, this is not how things go. This is not the procedure in how things are conducted. And I told you all, I've been telling you for weeks that it doesn't matter if they come to an agreement, whatever they decide, whatever is submitted. What really matters is what the judge says. The judge is the one that rules. You can come up with an agreement between you and your neighbor that you're going to, they're going to allow you to kill your cat if it comes onto their property. Doesn't make it legal. A judge can still say, hey, you're killing cats, you can't do it. Right? You cannot do these things. They have to be lawful in order for them to be ruled on by a judge. The judge's sole purpose is to mediate between the two parties to find the lawful solution. You could get arrested, right? And you and the DA can sign a deal, right? For whatever it is that you did or didn't do. And you can sign a deal, right? And you can go in front of the judge, and the judge can basically say, no deal for you. You're still getting this. It all falls upon the judge. The judge is the final decision. And let me tell you something, and I'm willing to bet that the major issue in this is not the reduction in the fine, but the removal of the injunction. Because the fact that they are agreeing to pay a fine shows wrongdoing. Okay? So if they broke the law and an injunction was put in place, then that injunction would remain in place because it's against the law for them to continue to conduct in that manner. The only way that it would change anything, in my opinion, and I would say on a legal precedent, is the laws have to change. Until there is regulatory clarity and legal structure and legislation for crypto, this is going to remain in place. And what we're seeing right now is I would say the administration and Ripple working together to artificially keep the price up. And I believe that it is in Ripple's best interest to keep those prices up. And who knows, they could be in the pockets of the SEC. Who knows? They just cashed in $500 billion worth of XRP in April, and another what was it, 200 or 300 billion in May? When before it was like 750 million, and then 250 million of that went back into the escrow. They've completely changed the rules of their escrow. They're offloading XRP like crazy. It is in their best interest to keep the value of XRP up, because they have to slowly release it so that way it does not crash the market. They need the liquidity in the market in order to sell it. And maybe you'll understand this. Calvin is here, or a fake. That's a fake one. Calvin's actual profile, I mean, his personal profile, I think, is Calvin Hill, but it's bull market something. But he does pop in the live from time to time. The real one does pop in, and so does Lori Reports. She'll pop in sometimes. And what's the other guy with the glasses? I've seen his actual one in here one time. Do you think XRP dies? I think there is a possibility that they don't even need XRP. With the way they have RLUSD set up now, there's not much of a need for XRP other than the facilitation of gas fees. And that is, it will play a role. But if you think it's going to get burned by being used for gas fees, it's never going to happen. There's way too much of it. And it can operate on a fractional amount of XRP, can do the same thing as one XRP can do. What's going on, bro? Can you give me an update? I just joined about the case. Yeah. The judge has, I'll read it here one more time because this is big news. I'm pounding Ondo and get rid of XRP. The letter you read is pimp XRP and slowly phase it out. Yeah. And we read the letter from the SEC yesterday about RWAs. Ondo and Algo are RWAs, real world asset tokenization. And that is the direction that the SEC is moving and pushing right now. XRP, I think, is quite the opposite. Yeah, I think Ripple wants to use RLUSD, and I think most nations want to use RLUSD. They want stable coins, they want CBDCs, they want central bank digital currencies. Okay? Only the US is the only one that says that they don't want that. And I think that that's a temporary thing to pump the prices of coins like XRP so that they can be extracted. The judges rule that she won't dissolve the case because it wasn't filed correctly. I did not see that at all. It said that the SEC requested to reduce the fine imposed on XRP from 125 million to 50 million and lift the sales ban, but Judge Annalisa Torres deemed the request procedurally improper. Now, there could be a procedure issue. And this is something it's weird how they word these things. Understand that it was already deemed that in a court of law that XRP was not a security, right? So maybe the point of it is that the judge says it's no longer a security, and the reason for the appeal was based off of a procedural issue of how XRP went along with things. This could be fear-mongering shakeout stuff too. Yes, brother, the SEC didn't file under the right codes. That's interesting. And, you know, because of that, there is a possibility that they drop the case and remove the injunction altogether and just say that there is no fine. So this could just be misleading. It's hard to say. Let's read some more. Previously in July 2023, the court issued a summary judgment stating that the sales of XRP to general investors do not constitute securities, but the sales to institutional investors violate securities laws. XRP and the SEC submitted a statement agreement to the court on the 9th, but with the dismissal, the legal dispute is expected to continue. And I think what they're doing is they're dragging this thing out. They're probably dragging it out, waiting for legislation and regulation, so that way when the judge rules on it, the laws are different. That's what I think is happening. I think that we will get legislation or regulation before this case is over. And I've been telling you that this legal process could take years. It's already been years, first of all, right? And this is an appeal that's just been refiled. It could take a year or two for this thing to be resolved. She can't file it because it wasn't legally correct. That's a possibility. And I think that that's probably intentional. I would say that they're dragging this thing out on purpose. I think Ondo is going to change the real estate market. I think so too. I think Algorand is going to change and do the same thing. But Ondo's a good one. Algo's a good one. Is Algo on the Ondo network? I can't remember. I read the judge advised them to go back to final judgment and ask the lower court to remove that. That's almost impossible after so long knowing courts and procedure. Yeah, exactly. I think once you move up to a new court, I don't think you can go back. Usually the appeals is you're moving from one court to the next circuit and to the next circuit. But I don't think there's a way to backtrack it. Maybe an appeal but I don't even, maybe they can file for a court date or something and have something. You can. Okay. You would have to dismiss the appeal and then go to the lower court. Yeah. I think that this is on purpose. I think they are dragging this thing out. It has to be a certain number of days that, I don't know. It's probably within like 90 days or something like that. 60 days, something. They would have to get rid of the case altogether. And that could be, they'll say, oh, hey, they dropped the appeal altogether. and everyone will go, yay, and the price will pump hard. And then it'll be like, nope, it's back to this court now. They're arguing it over it again. Mega Crypto, what is going on? Welcome to the show. Glad to have you. But this will be drug out. I firmly believe that this is intentional. So what's the next step? I think the next step is they're going to drop the case. It's going to pump the price probably again artificially, and then the case will be reopened in a lower court, and then it'll happen again. But yeah, I think we're years out right now, and what's happened is people are buying because they think that this is the new paradigm. They think that this is that the new system and the switch is going to be flipped tomorrow. That's what I think they think. They think that any day now it's going to happen and it's all going to happen. No, these things take time. Rule 60B. Good. Look at you, Guinea Marie. I might have to add you to my journalism team. 60B is fraud on the court. There was none. Interesting. Send me that link. I want to look into that and have the fact check team go through all of that with a fine-tooth comb. I should be a lawyer, LOL. I know. I thought about it. I was doing it and going to law school, and I decided to retire and do this show instead. But I was actually studying for the bar exam, my first live. I was still studying for the bar. Hey brother, what are you talking about? They can't just drop the case. I would say that there's some sort of procedure to it. I don't know exactly how it works, but I do know that there are certain legal processes that have to be done, and they take a long time. I told you Marie is a fast learner. Oh yeah, Guinea Marie is a smart cookie. I filed a pro SEC appeal and won. Really? The judge has to dissolve it or modify it. And yeah, and I would say that that's not something that they can rule on in that session that they just had. They have to basically bring it forward to the court in a different way, in a different filing. They can only look at and rule on what's in front of them. It's a whole procedural process. It's not like things get resolved. You know, a lot of times people go into court. I see them all the time in family court. That's what I was doing, was family court. And they come in their first day and they think that they're going to argue their case and they're going to bicker back and forth about it to the judge, and the judge is going to decide that day. And the judge is like, hey, we're not here to do any of that. We're just trying to see if both parties were served or not. There's a final judgment. They cannot just drop it without the judge dropping it. Pro SE. If there were the case, the SEC already wants the case dropped. That's the whole point of the decision from the SEC. Interesting. Interesting indeed. That's a good point. Just fill me in. I'm not really understanding why this is happening. Okay, so I guess they put the wrong what's the word? Code violations on the paperwork is what they're saying, and they have to send it back to another court in layman's terms. Some guy in the XRP community I'm in said you were full of shit and doom and gloom on Discord, laughing my ass off. I'm not doom and gloom, okay? When I think things are looking good and bright, I'm all about being good and bright about it, but I'm also a realist. Neo, thank you for the 5 Let 'em Cooks and the Heart Me. TikTok seller, thank you for the 6 Let 'em Cooks and TikTok seller with the Heart Me and the Popular and the Invincible Gorilla. Thank you very much for those gifts. And remember, if you are watching on TikTok, the best thing that you can do is send me a Heart Me. It's the little heart next to my name with the goat. Mega says wrong. Yeah, man, too much hopium and not enough logic. I agree. Mega, what do you mean by wrong? I'm curious as what that is in regards to. But I think the hopium is, overly done. It is, they're telling people that they can literally put in $10 and forget about it and come back in 10 years and they'll be millionaires. When you said the wrong code was filed, I'm skeptical that they did it on purpose. I agree. I think that this is being drug out on purpose because they're waiting for legislation and regulation to come out. They're looking for legal clarity before they have a judge rule on it. It seems all intentional to me. And that's, I think, part of why they word the, this is from Blooming Bit. All right. It says U.S. court dismisses settlement request in XRP. If somebody is reading this and they're not paying attention, that could be misleading to make you believe that the case has been dismissed. It is just so hard to tell where the truth is right now. This is a huge delay, and I think it's on purpose. This is for a reason. But I'll tell you what, TikTok seller, the fact that somebody else in a different community is talking about this show is a good thing. My PR person when I was in Hollywood, and this is always said, no press is bad press. Bad press is good, right? If they're not talking about you, then you're doing something wrong. You have heard about the Coinbase inside job yet? Oh, yes, I have. And that's what we're going to cover next. Let's go to that. Leading crypto firm Coinbase faces up to 400 million hit from cyber attack. One of the world's biggest cryptocurrency firms, Coinbase, says a recent cyber attack will cost it up to 400 million. The firm said it was contacted by hackers who claimed to have gained access to customer information obtained by making payments to Coinbase contractors and employees. In a blog post, Coinbase said the criminals have gained access to less than 1% of its customers' data, which they use to impersonate the firm and trick people into handing over their crypto. The group then demanded $20 million from Coinbase to keep it quiet, but it refused to pay the bribe and instead promised to pay back every person who got scammed. Disclosure prompted the firm share price to fall by 4.1%. The cyber attack comes days before the U.S. company is set to join the benchmark S&P 500 and landmark movement for the crypto industry. It also reflects how it grows. The industry has increasingly become a target for cyber criminals. A report from research firm Chain Analysis suggests funds stolen from crypto businesses totaled $2.2 billion in 2024. Security remains a challenge for the crypto industry despite its growing mainstream acceptance. Nascent industry grows rapidly, It draws the eye of bad actors who are becoming increasingly sophisticated in the scope of their attacks. They got every piece of information as well, including transactions and bank information. Yeah, and I believe we have more to read about this, but I wanted to talk about this. So I got hit with a 7-day removal from TikTok and hit with guidelines because what the old Dusty Taco? What on earth is that? What is that, old Dusty Taco? Oh my goodness. In the chat. I got removed from suspicious that it follows Coinbase, join the S&P 500. I know. And I think what they're doing is they're bringing it down to allow players to get into it. They're probably been paid off by some rich person that said, hey, do this. It's going to drive the price down and then we can jump into it at a lower price. That's what I'm thinking. But this is funny because last week we could not go live for a whole week on TikTok because I broke my NDA online here. Because I felt that you all needed to know this information. Now, I'm not going to say it on TikTok. We'll talk about it on Twitch at the end of the show. Man, the gifts are rolling in like crazy. Gibby with the Heart Me, Danny Gibson with the Heart Me. Let's see here. I got to blow this up better. Danny Gibson with the Heart Me, TikTok seller with 7 lightning bolts, TikTok seller with 5 goats, TikTok seller with 1 lightning bolt, 1 goat. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. But we'll talk more about that issue on Twitch because we have that freedom to talk on Twitch, but on TikTok we just can't say certain things. And I've already broken my NDA. Nothing's been filed yet. I think the show's too small and nobody really knows yet. Eventually this information is going to get out and it's going to be a legal issue, and that's part of why I have the legal team now to handle things. Yeah, so much for free speech. The thing is I signed, it's contract law, so I signed an agreement to keep my mouth shut. But I believe I was reading the NDA, and I'm not allowed to name the company, but it didn't say that I couldn't say what is happening. So I think there's a legal gray area there. I'm going to have to fight it in court for sure. It's going to come up. It's going to happen. It may not happen today. It may not happen tomorrow. But if it doesn't happen within a year or two from now, I should be good. But the fact of the matter is that people need this information. But I did sign an NDA and I'm supposed to keep my mouth shut about it. I'm not going to say what company it is or anything, but I can tell you the process of what is going down. And the moment I started talking about it, TikTok shut down the show and we got hit with misinformation and got a 7-day removal from TikTok and removed from the TikTok live studio for a while there. So that was annoying. But Mega, we had talked about the NDAs the other day on your live. I remember that. And that was one of the NDAs I was referring to. We were talking about some things. But it does have to do with cyber attacks. Now, I'm not... I read 9 articles in a row about cyber attacks that had happened, okay? And I still got hit with misinformation. And I think what it is that it wasn't the cyber... Either they were conflating that I was saying that the cyber attack happened, or that a cyber attack happened in Madrid, which they're saying is a solar storm. But I don't want to talk too much about it. But I think part of it is more along the lines of the process of the way the hacks go down and the way they're dealt with. And that's when we got hit with the guidelines. But I'm hoping that it's more along the lines of because of what was going on with Madrid. But TikTok won't tell me what guideline I broke. That's the hard part, is trying to navigate through it. I'm just afraid to talk about it at all. Yes, the Spain and France outage phenomena. That's what happened. There was a phenomena that happened that took all the power away. That's incredible. Some random thing happened. It was just a training exercise, guys. You know, that's what the government says. Oh, training exercise, aerial phenomena, you know, aliens. We can speculate on whatever it was. The official story is that it was an outage phenomena from natural events. Okay. That's their story. They're sticking to it. But if you saw that show, Coinbase cooked, I don't think so. I don't think so. Let's read some more about this. Harshest penalties. No. Coinbase told customers to expect further attempts from scammers in the future and advised them to be vigilant. Coinbase will never ask you for your password, 2FA codes, or you to transfer assets to a specific or new address, account, vault, or wallet, it said. And it warned customers they should lock their accounts if they are suspicious. The customers affected were sorry for the worry and inconvenience this incident caused, it said. We'll keep owning issues as they rise. And let me tell you, Coinbase is poised to grow. Them entering the S&P 500 in a filing with the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. It estimated costs between 180 million and 400 million. It said this figure came from remediation costs and voluntary customer reimbursements. However, this figure could change as a result of potential losses, indemnification claims, and potential recoveries. The staff members who shared customer information with the hackers have been fired. Last night we were talking about how Coinbase always goes down. There a few hours later they get hacked. Yep. It's funny. It's funny to me. I don't believe in coincidences. I believe that there are people connected to things that I was connected to that continue to watch this show. And that plays a role in what's going on. They just tried to get me the other day. Really? I stay away from Coinbase. I don't really like it so much. I may buy coin because it's going into the S&P 500, but why would I buy coin when I could just buy the S&P 500? That's my main thing. You know. Yeah, maybe coin will make some big gains at first. It's interesting. I'd rather just buy the S&P 500. I agree. I'd rather just buy a fraction of coin and through the S&P 500, and I know that I'm safe and secure. It's more diversified. That's the way you want to buy coin, is through the S&P 500. Not financial advice, but in my opinion, that's how I would go about purchasing it. I would speculate that coin would pump because of it, but then it would quickly recover to where it's been, and it would probably somewhat grow quickly, but then stabilize because of the S&P 500. It wasn't Coinbase, but phishing attempt on my Coinbase. Yeah, exactly. There are the information is out there. So even if the hackers aren't the ones doing it, they've sold that information to other people or whatever, and they are phishing. They fish on, especially my YouTube channel. When I post my videos to YouTube, every single video has a message. They're all exactly the same. Hey, I can't transfer my OKX to my whatever wallet. This is my phrase key, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, red flag. Not even going to touch that. Who do you recommend for regular stock market? I've only really used Robinhood. I use Public, Fidelity, and Robinhood. So I have several, and I keep them on. I use several for crypto. I don't name the crypto ones because of what happened with FTX and stuff, and I don't want to be legally liable for somebody getting caught up in something. But the stock exchange is a little bit different. I do like Public and Robinhood. They do offer crypto options as well, but they own your keys. I've been eyeballing Tesla stock. Have you looked into that much? Mildly. I think it has more to come down. I'm pretty bullish on Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin is a defense company, and if you're going to invest into defense companies, do you want to invest into guns or into bullets? Which is going to be most profitable? Bullets. Lockheed Martin makes the missiles for the Iron Dome, and they are building the Golden Dome in the United States over the next like 25 years, and it's $100 billion project that Lockheed Martin's going to be doing, and it's still very low. The day Trump got inaugurated, everything pumped and Lockheed Martin tanked, and I bought the bottom of Lockheed Martin, and that I'm holding on to that one for the next 25 years. Boston Dynamics, do you have their own? I don't have any Boston Dynamics. I'm very I hold a few projects, and the ones that I hold, I stick with them. And once I stumble onto another things where I feel like I'm getting in early on something, oh, there is a project. It's AI robots, and they build these girlfriend robots for people, but they also build like service droids, and they're going to be Lockheed Martin. I think it's LHM. Well, they're building those dolls now, right? But they're building service droids that are human-like to be for service jobs. So it's not just the girlfriend dolls, okay? But I think it's a slam dunk. You know, when the internet came out, like the first things that boomed was that territory. I don't want to get hit with guidelines here, but that section, yeah, we're getting closer to Star Wars. I think we're getting closer to iRobot. We're headed straight for iRobot. And Mega, we covered yesterday the Congress bill that they're trying to pass right now. At the very bottom of the bill, it states that they want no restriction on AI for 10 years. Dude, I just watched that movie last month. It's kind of crazy. I know. And the Tesla robots look just like them. And I'm getting one. I'm getting a Tesla robot. As soon as I can get one, it's going to be here. I need something to change my oil and clean my house and do things around the yard and put a new roof on the roof. I would love, think about, it would cost me what, like $10,000 to put a roof on my house. I could just have a robot for 20 grand that can do whatever I wanted to do. It could even roof my house. That's why I asked about Tesla stock, with how much they're going to use robotics. I agree. I think that they will have they will have some competition, but I do agree. I think they're more ahead of the game on battery technology than anything. But it's not their battery technology. Their batteries come from Panasonic. And my roommate used to work for Panasonic in Texas by where Tesla makes the batteries and does everything, right? And he had an NDA, but he couldn't say much. But what I do know is that Panasonic makes the batteries and Tesla makes the charging systems. And the charging systems is what makes the batteries last so long and go so far. And it also is the way that the batteries are drained with the motor. So it has to do with the way it's recharged, and that's the tech for Tesla. So they are not really building the batteries, they're building the ways of recharging them in a smart way to make them last longer. But other than that, their tech is, I would say, it's there are many other companies that are, I would say, are more better, especially like their car quality. Their builds are very I bought a Tesla, God, my first Tesla was in like, this was years ago, like when they first came out. It was like the second or third year they came out, I had a Tesla, and I got rid of it right away because I was like, this is the cheapest car. I'm a car guy. So I was like, this is the cheapest car I've ever owned. So I'm not ever doing this again. I sold it, and I actually sold it for more than I paid for it. Yeah, the Iron Dome thing. Let's see here. I gotta go way back in the chat on Twitch. Let's see. Good luck. You may have stretched the rules. Yeah, right. They just tried to get me. Okay, we read that. Fidelity, yes. Fidelity is a like Robinhood. KuCoin next. I've been getting messages, so phishing is massive. Yeah, I agree. Tesla's cooked. Yeah, the Iron Dome thing. Mutton Finance, they say this might take over XRP. Interesting. Mutton Finance. I'm going to look into that. Message me, Big Baller, on TikTok. Send me a message for that one, and I'll have the fact-checking team look into that one, and the journalists as well. What are your thoughts on increased taxes for people that make under 15K? I think that is savage, and that is awful. I actually, the journalism team put that on my desk today, and I decided not to cover it because we just had too much going on with crypto, and I figured I'd save it for a more slow news day because it's really not finalized yet. Archer Aviation, I bought in 2 months ago at $4, and today it topped at 12. Big Baller is always picking the best moves. Big Baller is on to all the new projects. That is the guy. What was it? Kayleen picked a good one. I forget what it was called. We called it, but that one we covered the other day. That was another good project, and I think that one's at its base price. I mean, maybe not the very bottom. To change the subject, anyone here Dallas fans for hockey tonight? Oz for laughs put the Batman symbol over instead of the ghost. It looks a bit similar. Oh my god, that would be hilarious. I'm gonna see if I can do that. I'll have the IT guy work on that. A Batman ghost. XRP chart. What about the XRP chart? What was the dollar one we looked at? That's the one I'm talking about right now. Yeah, we're thinking of the same thing. Yeah, Kayleen will probably jump back in the live and throw that one out. That was a good one though. and my computer crashed and I lost it. I didn't get a chance to buy into it because the computer crashed the other day during the live, and we lost that information. So as soon as Kayleen gets back into the chat, I'm sure she'll be back. She's a Twitch follower, so the Twitch people are loyal. That's one thing I've noticed. The TikTok people, there are the loyal ones, obviously, and those are the ones that have migrated over to Twitch. But the TikTok people, they flow in and out and they don't really watch. But the diehards, they don't miss a show, man. I see you guys, when you do miss a show, you go to YouTube and you watch the recordings because nobody wants to miss one. Walmart said their prices are going up soon, and you've been talking about prices for a while. Oh yeah, we're going to cover that too. We're going to cover that too. A lot of news today. Let's see here. So Coinbase, I wouldn't say is cooked. I think this is to drive the prices down to allow other players to get in at a better price. Let's see here. Cardano founder targets XRP holders in massive airdrop to end crypto tribalism. Look, there he is. He looks kind of like my neighbor. Actually, he looks just like my neighbor. Cardano founder Charles Hoskinson is launching a VC-free token distribution across 8 blockchains, including the XRP ledger, with the aim to ending crypto tribalism. At Consensus 2025 in Toronto, Hawkinson reiterated the groundbreaking airdrop dubbed the Glacier Drop as part of the rollout for Midnight, Cardano's upcoming privacy-focused sidechain. Is it your neighbor? It could be. It could very well be. I doubt it is, though, because I had to teach my neighbor how to use trading crypto. And he made like $5 and then like sold it. And I was like, dude, what are you doing? He needs one of those AI girlfriends. Anyway, I'm not going to read the whole article, but there is an airdrop coming. But be careful with what happened with Coinbase. And with this airdrop coming out, there's going to be a lot of scams. So just be careful. Yeah, he made profits. But, you know, my neighbor, he's, you know, he's, it's all farmers out here, you know, so, he, you know, lives in a trailer and stuff like that. So for him, $5 is like, oh, I went and put some gas in my bike. $5 is $5 to him. So it's a little bit, he's in a much different situation than I'm in. SEC is probing Coinbase over user number misstatement concern. The investigation began. Former SEC Chair Gary Gensler has continued under the current administration, according to the NYT, which first reported the story. Crypto exchange Coinbase has confirmed a NYT report that it is probed by the SEC over concern is misstated user numbers several years ago. Shares are lower by 6.6% on Thursday. The SEC has been investigating crypto exchange Coinbase over whether it misstated its users' numbers in past securities filings and marketing materials. So, this is interesting that all this bad Coinbase stuff is coming out right before it's about to hit the S&P 500. I find it very interesting. I started with TI think. Yeah, it definitely started with a T. I'll think of it. It'll come to me. It may be in my search history. So once I get through this portion of the news and we go back to the technical analysis, I'll see if I can find it in the history or something. But yeah, that one looked, I don't think it's ready to buy, but it's definitely bottomed out for accumulation for sure. Here's how much XRP Ripple has compared to the last quarter of 2024. A recent report shows how Ripple's XRP holdings have evolved since the last quarter of 2024, including other details on the ecosystem's performance. Notably, Ripple has a substantial part of XRP's 100 billion total supply. The cross-border payment giant, which is a major contributor to the XRP ledger, received 80 billion XRP in additional allocation in 2012 to support its business development. Meanwhile, the stash has reduced over the years to its current valuation and still holds over 40% of XRP's supply. Ripple's recent quarterly disclosure has revealed its holdings compared to the last quarter of 2024. Ripple's XRP holdings. Ripple subdivides its holdings into two categories: XRP held in its spendable wallet and those locked up in escrow. And this is, understand this, the wallet and the escrow are two different things, and that's why we've been seeing them moving some of the money from the escrow. The same portions will move to this wallet, and I believe what they do is they leak it out over time, and that's where I think a lot of the price manipulation comes from, is from this wallet. And I think a lot of the dump that we get at the beginning of each month comes from the escrow. But I think that comes from people's lack of understanding how it's actually working. So people are jumping out right before the beginning of the month because they know the escrow is going to hit, and then they want to get back in. But really what's happening is it's moving into this wallet, and this wallet is leaking out the supply, and that's why it's being bolstered up, but it's also moving down slowly. Frogs in a pot. If you throw a frog in a boiling pot of water, it's going to leap out. But if you slowly turn the pot of water up over time, the frogs will boil without them knowing it. As per quarter 4 of 2024, attestation filing, Ripple held, let's see, this is 4.4 billion XRP in its wallet and 38 billion XRP in its on ledger account. However, in quarter 1 of 2025, market report shows a notable variation. And this is what I've been talking about. They changed their escrow, so they can now release more XRP into the market or into their wallet than what it's been in the past. For context, Ripple's wallet balance is 4.5 billion XRP, and its locked escrow addresses has 37. Is that billion or trillion? Let's see. This is, yeah, billion. Or is that million? 100,000. This is 130 million, so 37 billion. So 37.1 billion XRP as of March 31st. The report shows a 79 million XRP increase in the amount held at a 900 billion XRP decrease in escrow. Isn't the escrow in 1 billion increments in smart contracts? They changed it. They released 500 billion XRP on April 2nd. And May, they released, I think it was like 3 billion. So they changed that. And that's what we've been tracking here on the show. So they have changed their escrow. And if you watched the interview with Brad Garlinghouse, the day we got let's see, the day we got this green candle right here. This green candle was when Brad Garlinghouse announced that the case was dropped, right? Where was I going with that? Oh yeah, in that interview where he announced that the SEC case was dropped, he also stated that they were going to be changing the escrow. Is that to escalate the escrow to become liquidated? I think they may be liquidating XRP altogether, because there is, we read an article yesterday about how Ripple is moving more towards RLUSD, and they don't really need XRP so much other than for the use of facilitating gas fees. So that is something to keep an eye on. Whoa, look at this candle right here. Today's candle is not looking good. This is a nasty looking Head and Shoulders to me right here. That looks like a nasty Head and Shoulders. And I kind of noticed that right about here when we closed this candle a couple days ago, but I didn't post it yet because I didn't want to scare too many people yet, because there wasn't the verification yet. But I posted, I think last night or today, this would be the validation, and I would expect that we maybe come down a little bit more, but this candle will probably close red. But the next day, I would say that we would open a green candle to 235 to 247. The 1 hours, oh, I know. The 1 hours is more defined. I like to watch the day though. The day chart is this looks a little wonky. It looks like a double top to me. You know, when I'm looking at the 1 hour, I'm like, okay, this is a double top. We're coming down to here. But then I'm like, oh, okay, you know, we're probably gonna, you know, do something like this and then come down. And that would put it at about that 208, 210. And you know, I actually saw this a few days early, but I'm trying to factor in moon cheese. But when we pumped up here and hit on these lines up here, and look at X marks the spot. We hit it the very first time right on the X perfectly. And we hit the bottom side of the X perfectly. So we got the bottom here and the top here. Ran perfectly. When you see these two X's close to each other, expect that crazy volatility from here to here. Yeah, I try to stay off the lower time frames. They have you seen my Chewbacca meme about the 1 minute chart? If you haven't, go check out that meme, bro. That's how I feel when I watch the 1 minute chart. Do you pull any profits on these mini run-ups? Yes. I'm always taking profits. Everyone in the chat, do we take profits here, or are we long-term holders? It's not real if you don't take profits. I'm trading to live. You know, it's my income. So I'm spending some of it and I'm reinvesting some of it. But Mega, you should see the studio that I built. It's impressive. TikTok Seller is the only one that's seen the studio so far. And that's all basically come from my day trading. The entire amount of it's come from me trading. I've got about 16,000 invested so far, and we got more to go. I got to make another trip to Home Depot. But I think maybe 1 or 2 more trips to Home Depot and we should be done. But we've, in the last, what's it been, a couple months, 2 months, 3 months, I've invested about 16,000 into this studio. We did, however, get a sponsorship from Sweetwater. They gave us a sweet discount on equipment, and we want to give a special thanks to Sweetwater and DJI. Thank you all for your support and helping out, and thank you for the candy. Much appreciated. We got some beautiful equipment, and we also have our road journalism stuff. So I got the pack all together. We have our wireless mics and tripod and cameras and everything, gimbal. I have an AI gimbal to track me while I do the on the street interviews, so that we will be able to facilitate that without me having to hire another cameraman. So thank you to DJI and Sweetwater for all that beautiful equipment. Almost 50K likes. Let's go. I know, right? Thank you guys very much. What's been a trade that you didn't expect much from, but had a great run with? That was actually this one. In XRP in particular, was this candle we were just talking about. And for those of you who are subscribers, you got the notification. It was right here. This formed a head and shoulders right here, and we caught the bottom of this wick or candle, depending on what time you got in. I think we caught the bottom of the candle, and this was the tip of the head and shoulders. And then the next day we got this nice run up here, and this candle basically paid for the studio. So, let me see here. Let's go into the 1 hour. I think I can show you. I don't know if it'll let me go back that far because, oh yeah, it will. It was right here. So we had this inverted head and shoulders form right here. And I called it out. And the shoulder was a bit wonky on it, but it hadn't formed yet. But I was like, hey, looks like as soon as it dropped right here, that's about where it entered, 226. So we were able to catch from 226 up to 258. That's one of the more recent big ones that we caught. And then we also caught more recently the moon cycle. Who remembers the moon cycle? I was like, hey, we're about to go into a full moon, and I was like, everything I think is going to turn around and start being bullish because we're going into a waning crescent, I believe it was. We were about right here where we were dropping down, and then we were moving towards a full moon. And look at Monday, I said would be the full moon, would be the top of the cycle. And Monday was our highest point, 265. Yeah, moon phases are fun. I can't believe it. Mega, sup Mega? Henry says hello. Henry's coming out to Vegas for the meet and greet on June 2nd. Don't miss out on the meet and greet, guys. We will be hanging out at Caesar's Palace. We'll meet by the fountain in the mall, and we'll kind of start there. We'll meet and talk, and we'll kind of just play it by ear. But I'm expecting to, go play some games and have a good time. Yeah, it's going to be great. I can't wait. Yeah, Mega, I wish you would come. I know you're afraid to meet people, but I'm actually not going to be mad at you. I think we would have a good time. And I think it's a good, safe place to be. Vegas, in all the cameras and the armed security. This way I don't have to move the security from the studio to go with me to Vegas. I'm not afraid, just cautious. Yeah, and I'm exactly the same way, but that's why I chose Vegas in a place I'm going to show up in a limo or an Uber, And that way I have a driver, I'm not using my car, and I can't be tracked or followed, things like that. So I'm taking the safety measures that management has implemented upon me because they are concerned. I got to do the stupid puzzle. Hold on. All right. Yes, I'm still live. We're not stagnant. Yeah, there's probably some creeps. I agree. Just got off a conference call with Brad Garlinghouse. Oh yeah, what'd he say? What did Brad say? Because I don't believe a word he says, man. Why do you have all that? Have all what? Security staff and what are you talking about? Like the staff that works here? This is a business. So we have a fact-checking team, we have a news team, we have an IT guy, we have the journalism news team, we have security, and the reason I have security is Brad said moon soon. Is that true? No, I mean, how come all the security with Vegas that you need? So I am a bit of a high profile person. I'm what you would call in Hollywood a B-list. So when I go out in public, I generally either go to places that have lots of security or I bring security with me. So it just depends on the environment. That's part of why I moved out to the middle of nowhere, because I can now move around without security as much out here. But it can be a problem sometimes. Oz is Brad Garlinghouse. No, that's definitely not me. I'm just a guy on the internet that has ideas. Mega crypto, LOL. What's the definition of soon? I see 290 January 2026. Never gonna happen. You mean $2.90 or 290? What NDA did I break? You have to come over to the second half of the show that's going to be on Twitch only, and I'm going to be going over that again. So Mega, I know your ears are burning. Come on over to Twitch. That's Oz the Crypto Goat, all lowercases, no spaces. And I would say probably the last 30 minutes to an hour of the show, we're gonna go over that on Twitch only, because I'm not getting hit with guidelines again. Oz, we truly wish you the best, man. Thank you. I appreciate you. And I wish you all the best. I'm here doing this for you guys. I really don't make any money doing this. Everything that comes from this and continues to pay the staff and everything comes from your donations. And thank you all. Your donations have been very generous, and I appreciate you all very much. But most of like the building of the studio and everything is coming from my crypto trades. And that's because I'm diversifying right now. I'm like, okay, I'm going to take some of that money out and I'm going to build a business with it. That's generally what I do anyway. So we're building a business here, and I'm building it for you guys. Let's see here. I got to go back on the Twitch side, and I hope you all take profits. We're eating up all the profits. Good. Mutton Finance pre-sale. Yep. Let me ban this person. We gotta... Mutton is the ticker symbol on MUTM is the ticker symbol on Coinbase. All right. I'm going to buy a security outfit and escort you around. Let's go. I'm down with that. If you want to be part of my security, you got to get vetted first, but I'm down. You should have seen the size of my security guy I had. So we were talking about why I need security. My last show that I had before this, back in 2020, I had, private security that lived in with me. I had this guy. His name was Lido, and he was like 7 foot tall, like 400 pounds. The dude was pure muscle. All right. And that guy went with me everywhere. And he basically just lived in with me, free room and board at that point. And I bought him whatever he needed, anything he needed. He just had to tell me, and I took care of him. Right. And basically we had a falling out over some issues because I'm not going to say what he did, but there was just some issues with the situation, and he wasn't following through with his part of the deal, and he moved out. And like a month after he moved out, the studio was robbed and everything was taken, and so we're starting over from scratch. Let's see. B, if you had 1K to invest in stocks right now, what would you pick? That's a good question, big baller. What would you invest 1K in right now? I would guess that he would say Beer Gator. Yeah, it happens, man. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that I've gone through things like that. I was actually working the 2022 MLB All-Star game, and I was gone for 10 days down at Crypto Arena and the crypto area there and the Peacock Theater. I was working there for about 10 days. I was actually in the tunnels at that time, working above and underground for that show. And when I came home to my entire home was cleared out. I lost everything. The only things that I was able to recover were my classic cars because they were registered to me. So I was able to retain about half of my classic car collection. Yeah, they got me for everything. I mean, they took my couches and the blinds from the house. They took everything. They took the blankets from the bed. I had a lot of nice stuff, I'd say I had at least several $1 million in memorabilia, sports memorabilia, autograph, baseball cards and basketball cards, everything. From working the job that I do, I get lots of things like that over the years, and I lost millions of dollars just worth of that kind of stuff. Why did they target you? Like I said, TikTok seller, maybe one day when I meet you in person, I'll tell you the full story. That's not something for the internet. Definitely not for TikTok. TikTok could not handle any of that noise. You think it was Hollywood? I'm not going to say. We'll talk. I'll talk a little bit. No, I don't want to talk about it yet. I'm not quite there, but if you come out to Vegas and meet me, I may tell you. But I would ask that you don't repeat it in the chat. We'll see. I'm still not ready to share all of that yet. I don't think you guys are ready for that kind of information. More bang for your buck. Tesla is the best if you have a lot of money. I agree. Tesla's a good buy. It's low. No pressure, man. Don't share what you want. I'll eventually share it, but I don't. First of all, I don't want to get hit with guidelines. Second of all, you probably wouldn't even believe it if I told you. That's part of it. I have watched some of your tubes to talk about on Twitch. It's been interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to lose TikTok Studio. It's definitely a lot nicer for the show. I have privacy. I'm a therapist. All right. Guinea Marie wants to know. Everybody wants to know. I know there's a lot of stuff that I will be telling you guys over the years, but I have to breadcrumb you guys to a lot of these conclusions because I can't just give you all the information. First of all, it would just be so crazy, but as you learn the stories one by one over time, you'll start to piece the breadcrumbs together and gain a better understanding of what actually is going on in Hollywood, and you'll understand it. It's a crazy world, and there's tons of people who just don't care about others. I agree. Danny Gibson says, I want to know, come out to Vegas. I'll tell you what, come out to Vegas, and maybe over a game of Texas Hold'em, you guys can drag it out of me. Let me tell my best friends is a redhead, and they aren't the people you want to mess with. Oh, yeah. MK Ultra is real. I agree. And I believe, I don't want to make y'all think I'm crazy, but I believe that's where some of my understanding comes from, is part of that. The GATE program. I was in the GATE program. I have an IQ of 142. Join the show. We all knew yesterday was going to be red, and we'll see today. Yep. Just say I love this group. I really like your topics. It's not just about crypto. Exactly. The original show was more about these topics that I talk about, and eventually it'll segue into a separate show. But right now we got to kind of keep it all together because we are growing still. Can you cuff note me on your XRP this year prediction? This year, I think the most we'll see is probably 250 again. We'll probably drop down. Selling may go away. You know, we'll probably drop down and hit some lower levels. I'd say, hey, Mega, are you still watching? This one's for you, man. Hopefully you're still there. All right, cool. All right, so let me get rid of our little ghosty. Once you see the ghost go away, it's moon time, baby, all right? You'll see a moon right here. I think originally this was like a descending channel, right? Like that. But I've changed it to a broadening wedge pattern here. And that would be more of a bullish indication. And it more lines up with our timeline of sell in May, go away. All right. I think there's a possibility that we could move sideways more up to this X right here and gradually do something like that and then drop. But it just doesn't line up well with the timeline. However, this descending wedge lines up perfectly with this timeline. So where were we at? Right there, I think. No, it was so this X lines up perfectly with, and it always doesn't land on the X, okay? Doesn't always, but head and shoulders would bring us very close to the X. The X is on the bottom side, okay? And this is like May 23rd-ish. And I think, you know what, let me, oh, I already saved it. Never mind. Previously I had it. I think it was more like right here. Try to get back to where I had it originally. I think it was right there. And I think, no, it was up here. That's why it's off. Okay. So it was the top, and this was down to here. Yep. Okay. So this was the original pattern. And look at this is May 20th, 21st is our X right here. And that is a Wednesday. Okay, we've been dumping on Wednesdays lately. We used to dump on Sundays and pump on Wednesdays. We're kind of off that. Look, Wednesday was our first red day right here. We're dipping down. Let's see, Tuesday right here, Wednesday we dip down. So we're kind of off cycle where we would dump on Sunday and pump on a Wednesday or whatever. So we're getting like a Wednesday dump, Tuesday, Wednesday dump, something like that. And that lines up on this X, right? Do you have any AI recommendations for tracking pump or dump days? I don't use any of that stuff. I do factor that into my trades. And that's like kind of how I find the patterns, because the AI makes the patterns work the way they do. But no, I don't use any AI. I used to for a little while when we were doing the show, and then I just went back to 100% trend lines and candlesticks, because it's the most accurate way for me to trade personally. When I started, I was using more indicators and stuff. Management was like, hey, you need to use more indicators and all these different things because people want to see all that. And I started doing it for a little while because I do know how to use them. But I started becoming less accurate. And so I decided, I was like, you know what, it's my show. This is how I do things. So I've been trading like this for years. I don't want to shy away from what I know works for me. Look at this. This is May 19th. I believe that this is the portion of the cycle we're in. We ran up nicely and we've been consolidating sideways. And just around the end of May, we get a sell-off. So I would say this is May 19th that we got this nasty red candle here and ran all the way down to May 21st. And X marks the spot that the May 21st would be the day we hit the bottom, right? So if we're going along, and now it could be a day or so off, obviously, but we're coming into this zone, I believe, where we're going to start dropping downward. And this would be the cycle. We pumped up, we've consolidated sideways, and we're moving downward. Now, Mega, I know that you believe that we're like what, like right here? Or somewhere right here. But this lines up with where we're at on the day, to the date. And they generally say sell in May, go away. And I think we could form a similar thing like this over the next month. I'm very wary, and I'm thinking the time to buy is going to be somewhere between mid-July and mid-June. That's going to be where I'm going to be looking to re-enter, unless something changes and indicates like a breakout upward. But I think that we've ran up here, we're consolidating, and we're coming up to the 19th, which would be right before the X, and we could blow down and over the next month or so work our way down to this zone of, I would say it's somewhere between 130 and 125 more than likely, but it could be as high as 163 to 150 ish. So it could be that golden box and then that's it, and it comes up. But I think that would maybe be the first move downward, would be the golden box, and we move down, hit that 150 ish, bounce up again, continue back down and hit 120, move sideways, and then pump again. And I think somewhere about $2 to $2.50 would be the highest we reach again. Something like that. Because that is basically what happened before in the previous cycle. It ran up, it consolidated sideways, it dipped down hard, and then it only ran up to about 136 from 198. So that shows an indication that this is very possible. Lord, I hope not. I'd just buy more and still wouldn't hurt. Yeah, but you have to understand that these cycles, that's how they work. They pump hard and then they crash hard like this. This is normal. This is a normal cycle. You have to be taking profits on the way up, and you have to exit the market at some point. Otherwise, you will lose everything. The idea is to trade it in a way that you're putting in the money along these flat lines. Okay, and you're taking the money out along these tips as it pumps, and then getting it back in these zones. And that's what we're looking at. Is we've got this big run up. Okay, it'll run down. We sell it up here. We buy more down here. We sell it up here, and then as it accumulates down along the bottom here, we will continue to throw it back in. But the idea is to grow your bag. If you're gonna buy XRP at $3 and hold it and just wait for it to run up to a higher number, you're going to have to wait 5 years to get above $3, and it might go to $4 or $5. There's no money to be made in that. That's not how it's done. TikTok seller says, I prefer your ways of doing it. Show has been spicy so far. Thank you. Holy shit, 142. What do you mean 142 on like the price? But oh man, we got a whole bunch of gifts to go over. Let's go over the gifts. Much love to everyone. We got 4 Let 'em Cooks from TikTok seller. TikTok seller sent 14 roses, 4 finger hearts from TikTok seller, 4 more Let 'em Cooks from TikTok seller, 24 more roses from TikTok seller. Mega sent a surfing penguin, thank you Mega, and a heart me, and 7 invincible gorillas. Thank you very much, Mega. And TikTok seller, Danny Gibson, Gibby, Neo, all of you for giving. Much appreciated. Bitcoin dominance getting shorted right now. Expect a pump. We did cover that yesterday, and I do think that that is a possibility, but I also am skeptical. As you know, I've coined this phrase that this is the unicycle. It is a simulcycle. We are all the coins pumped in unison. Okay. Normally we get a big pump from Bitcoin, and then it falls down, and then Ethereum pumps and it flows into the altcoins. And then from there it flows into the meme coins. Well, everything has been moving together in unison because Trump got into office. Everything speculative pumped based off of Trump getting into office. And they all moved together at the same time. And everything is moving together in unison with Bitcoin, because I believe that a lot of people got burned in the past and were like, why would I buy into Bitcoin right now if it's running up? I might as well put it into altcoins or meme coins. And that ran them up at the same time because everyone's trying to get ahead of the curve. And now we had the unicycle, everything pumped simultaneously. And what that's done is it's also spread out the liquidity. So things are not pumping as hard as they should be. So it looks like, hey, we're kind of held back. We should be doing more numbers. We should be doing bigger things. And it's not happening because the liquidity is more spread out. And that is where the speculation has come from this super cycle. Everyone's saying the super cycle because things haven't pumped as much as they should have. But I think the reason they haven't pumped as much as they should have is there are more projects than there has ever been in crypto. And because of that, there is less money in Bitcoin, less money in Ethereum, less money in XRP, and so on and so forth. It's all spread out. And there are so many meme coins now. And so many people lost big on meme coins. And they're still holding some of their bags waiting for the pump, and it's already come. So I'm taking that into consideration. Is it confirmed yet? No. But I think it's highly likely, and it makes sense because people learn from the past, and history doesn't repeat itself, it rhymes. But I think the sentiment goes, though, sell in May, go away. People sell for the summer and go on vacation, do whatever, and then it comes back around, August through November. So it kind of lines up with dropping down here to these zones. That would bring it all the way down to like 225-ish if it does reach all the way down here. So keep that in mind. It's just something to consider. Is it going to happen? I don't know for sure. TikTok seller, thank you for the 6 Let 'em Cooks. Much appreciated. And don't forget to subscribe, everybody. Become a subscriber, and with your deluxe subscription, you will have direct access to message me directly where I can coach you with your trading, and help and train you. Those of you who have taken advantage of the coaching have become magnificent traders, and your technical analysis has now been spot on. I am so proud of you. Guinea Marie, I'm talking to you. Poway Rock, I'm talking to you. Wonderful job. Kudos to you too. My fastest growers, also TikTok seller. TikTok seller has grown exponentially as well. And it's incredible to watch you all grow in this journey together. So become a deluxe subscriber, and also with your deluxe subscription you get access to my daily price point videos. I post videos for subscribers only that basically tell you where the market is going every single day. We're pretty much right within the cent. The only time I'd say that we're less accurate is during a consolidation. It's a little bit harder to gauge what is happening because we're waiting for a breakout. Is it going to break upward or is it going to break downward? It's an indecision period. But other than that, once we've had a breakout, especially like right now, we've had a breakout. It's beautiful. It's easy to call where it's going to go. Very easy. We're accurate within a couple cents, and I would say that I'd say we're about 90% accurate. Others would say maybe more, or maybe even like 80%, but that's all it takes to be, to be profitable here. You can't be 100% in this. It's very speculative. It's very, it's educated guessing, You can't be perfect, but I'll tell you what, I would say since I started this show, we've been pretty much on point every single day. So with that deluxe subscription, you're going to get those daily price point videos, and you're going to know where the market's going to go every day. And you can base your trades off that. If you're a more advanced trader and you're just not quite sure, or you want that input of where you think things are going to go, then, just the daily price point videos is all you need. But if you are new to trading and you need help and coaching, the deluxe subscription, having that one-on-one coaching with me is going to go a long way. And by the way, I don't sleep. I maybe sleep 4 hours a day. So I'm watching the charts about 20 hours a day. So, and I have people messaging me from all parts of the world. So, you know, it's not like I'm not going to be awake, because a lot of this stuff happens in my time zone. I would say between midnight and 3 a.m. So, and that's also why you want to have the email alert system. So with your email alert system, you're going to be able to sign up to get email alerts, so that every time I post a price point video, you're going to get alerted, because TikTok does not send out those alerts on time usually, and they don't show up on people's pages. They don't get informed until it's too late. So when you sign up for the email alert system, you get a message directly to your email. You can set specific parameters to the way the email notifies you, so it can have its own ring. How can you do the email? All you got to do is be a deluxe subscriber and message me with your email, and I will send you all the information. It's $1.99 per month for the email notification system. Okay. And every time I post something, you're going to get the email. And I would say that the email usually you'll get it before it even posts sometimes, because TikTok sometimes puts things under review. So when you have that, you're going to be notified when things are happening much, much quicker. TikTok seller says, I like the email system. Yeah, it's awesome. And now it's like, it's going to be more than just an alert system. Right now, it's an alert system. It's a way for you to get an extra way to make sure that you are alerted, because TikTok is not getting that information out to people properly. Okay. So this is a way to curb that issue. But with, there's going to be more to it. I'm going to be issuing newsletters and things like that. And we've added to it, when I go live, I post an email alert goes out before the live, so that you know that, hey, I'm going live, so you don't miss the live. Am I the only one that thinks XRP looks like a massive bull flag that just broke out and back retested? I get what you're saying, but I would say no. I would say that is invalidated. A bull flag is not that long. And no, it's too big. I would say that this is a descending channel, which needs a breakout in the upward direction. And this is an ascending channel, which needs a breakdown in the downward direction. So it could potentially run up from here, and we could see $2.80 to $3 before, and then it would break out of here on the downside and then run down. That is possible. It could break up from here and continue to channel upward. But eventually this channel will break and fall down. And I would say it's been running this channel for quite a bit of time now, that more than likely this channel is much shorter, because this massive channel is like a magnet. These lines here are magnets. Okay? And it wants to pull down to them. I like algo too, man. I was not a believer about algo until the crypto summit, and the what was the founder talked about it, and I was like, I'm a believer. I think it's going to head up just below 247 and then back down. I think you're right. I think that would confirm a head and shoulders for tonight. I think you're right. I feel we're more in a FOMO stage, and they want you to look at XRP so you don't look at this coin is nobody talking about. That's possible. But I would say, like, just looking at this, We pumped from 161 all the way to 266 with no real correction. It is due for a price correction of at least 50%. And that would be around $2.10 to $2. Will you look into algo and send emails for it? Emails, basically the show is based around XRP. Okay. And that's for a reason. I would say XRP is one of the hardest ones to chart, and that's why I've chosen it, and because of the community behind it. As far as algo goes, though, Simon, you're a deluxe subscriber, so you can always reach out and message me directly, and I can just coach you individually, and we can work on algo together. I do that with many other people. We do custom projects, but the show is centered around XRP. So the daily price point videos are centered around XRP. But if you're looking for coaching with Algorand, just message me directly and we can do it one-on-one. And it'll be more intimate that way. We can talk about it and you can say, hey, you know, I'm feeling this and I'm feeling that. And I'll look at it and I'll say, yeah, I kind of feel this and I kind of feel that. And we can talk about it more. It's more fun that way. Learned it from you. Learned what from me? Jacob Andrews says, learned it from you, but I don't know what you're talking about. All right, we got more news to cover. God, we are so behind. There it is. All right, let's watch this
Today,
one.
we're on the ground at Consensus 2025, one of the biggest crypto conferences in the world. Robinhood Crypto's general manager sits down with us to discuss the new deal to acquire a Canadian crypto firm. And PayPal's Jose Fernandez de Ponte breaks down the online payment system's crypto plans. Welcome to CNBC's Crypto World. I'm Mackenzie Segalos here at Consensus 2025 in Toronto, Canada. Now, we'll have more on this conference in just a bit, but first, let's take a quick look at markets. Prices are mixed this morning, with Bitcoin trading flat, holding on to the $103,000 level. Ether, however, climbed more than 1% to just under $2,600, and XRP rose less than 1%. Now, a quick note about a new stock with a focus on crypto. Israel-based brokerage platform eToro debuted on the Nasdaq today under the ticker ETOR. The stock began trading just before 12:30 Eastern and immediately soared by 40%. Shares were priced at $52,
40%,
above the initially
geez.
expected range of $46 to $50. eToro previously planned an IPO in March, but set those plans aside amid tariff uncertainty. You can check for the latest on the company's new stock at CNBC.com. All right, back to Consensus for our main story, which has gone international this year, taking place first in Hong Kong in February and now in Toronto. The vibe is a little different, shifting from a cultural conference for crypto's most ardent fans to one for the financial world too. Lots of big names on stage like the CEO of Wisdom Tree and the digital asset leads for both JP Morgan and Citi. JP Morgan and Ondo Finance using the conference to roll out a new partnership to tokenize real-world assets, a $100 billion bet on blockchain's future. Consensus also features speakers from Coinbase, Bitfarms, and more. Now, to kick things off, I sat down with the general manager of Robinhood Crypto, Johan Cabrat, to discuss yesterday's news that the retail trading platform agreed to acquire the Canadian crypto firm WonderFi for nearly $180 million. WonderFi operates 2 regulated crypto exchanges in Canada. The acquisition is expected to close in the second half of this year, subject to regulatory approvals and approvals by WonderFi's shareholders. Johan spoke about the acquisition and what else is in store for Robinhood Crypto, especially as it relates to the company's continued global expansion. So we're here in Toronto, and you just announced that you'll be acquiring WonderFi, which is a Canadian-based firm. What's the thinking behind this deal, and how does it expand Robinhood's crypto offering?
Yeah, well, overall, the main point is that Canada is a very attractive market for us. It is projected to be more than 30 million users using crypto here in Canada, and revenue projection for like all the actors combined is about 900 million in 2025. So for us, we thought that it was a very attractive market. And then when you look at WonderFi, they have two of the longest standing crypto products here in Canada, and they also have a license, an investment dealer license from Zero, which I think is really important. It shows that they've been working with the regulator and they've been able to bring products safely to customers.
Now, earlier this week, you were at the SEC on Monday for one of the roundtables hosted under Paul Atkins, the new chair, discussing tokenization. And it's pretty fascinating to see Robinhood's evolution in terms of your relationship with that regulator, going from having a Wells notice to then being asked to discuss tokenization. Walk me through how that relationship has matured.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen like how the relationship has changed. It was an honor to be there on Monday, really being able to discuss about a real problem, which I think is how do we use the crypto technology or the blockchain technology to actually improve the traditional finance system that has never really changed in the past 10, 20 years. And we see how tokenization of stablecoin, for example, like of currency has been helpful, how many people are able to use stablecoin now to actually transfer 24/7 without any concern around reversal or fraud or anything like this. And we think at Robinhood that it's actually
it's not working.
Can bring a lot more traditional assets on chain using tokenization. The conversation with the SEC was very open-minded. There was a lot of discussion, pros and cons, and I think it's really great to see the regulatory environment changing in the US and catching up with some of the competitors internationally.
What kind of questions was Paul Atkins asking you during that session?
Well, Paul Atkins actually did an address at the very beginning, really explaining how tokenization can change the financial system. And some of the debates were really around the risk and the advantages.
This is why I don't like TikTok, man. It's just a bad OBS.
So I think, having this debate here in the US is really important and show that we want to embrace the technology instead of just regulating it and turning it off like it was before.
Now, earlier today,
I don't know why it's not working.
Morgan announced that they'd be working together on tokenizing real-world assets. Your CEO, Vlad Tenev, has talked a lot about tokenizing private equity markets. What do you need from the
This
SEC
is why you got to
and
come to
perhaps other
Twitch.
regulators to make that possible, and what's realistic this year, in a few years?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few
thank you for coming along. I appreciate having you, Hunglo. And don't forget to become a subscriber. Subscribe to the channel.
Or can we just use the underlying asset to register? There is how are we going to treat the DeFi aspect? So there's a lot of talking points, and I think it will take quite some time to get the right structure.
Had to leave TikTok, couldn't hear it. Yeah.
But you also see around the world.
And I do apologize for that, but something is wrong with TikTok. I don't know why. It's not working. It should be working.
Other countries as well. So I think at this point, they are doing the right thing. They are engaging with companies like ours and like the few that you mentioned. And I think from there we can work together and build the right setup for everyone to succeed.
Now, we've seen revised guidance from the SEC, but also the OCC, the FDIC, the Fed, and this has certainly changed the way that banks are thinking about working in blockchain tech. But how are you guys leveraging this more favorable regulatory environment at Robinhood?
Well, we have always worked very well with the government. We worked under a different administration. We are registered by the SEC, by FINRA on the brokerage side. On the
yes, this is why we have Twitch.
License and many licenses across the globe as well. So,
I'll look at Bitcoin in a minute.
The main focus is to make sure that we are building the products that regulators are comfortable with, and also that our customers are wanting. And the first thing we want to make sure.
Let me
that
see
we
if the
offer all
IT guy's here yet.
Our customers are asking for, and working with the regulator to make sure we can do it safely.
What's your strategy for scaling crypto staking and lending?
So right now we have staking in the EU, and it's something that has been very embraced by our customer. I think what they like about it is not just the getting the reward, but they like to participate into the network. They like to feel good about the fact that they are helping secure the Ethereum or the Solana network. And so
you're the only person. You're not the only person that was having audio issues, though.
Educate themselves. To really understand what staking really means, and we'll keep developing this offering.
So we're here a couple blocks away from the Toronto Stock Exchange, which is very much the business capital of Canada. And in so many respects, this country really was a first mover in crypto adoption. The first spot crypto ETFs were both launched on the TSX. Beyond WonderFi and your recent acquisition,
All right,
is there
IT guy
anything else, any
is
other
here.
conversations you're looking forward to having here in Toronto?
Well, I mean, like we're all here at the Consensus Conference, and it's really exciting to see like everyone being here and working towards like this adoption of crypto and making it like a mainstream asset. I think for us, being here, being able to announce the acquisition just yesterday, and being able to discuss with everybody about, how do we bring the mission of Robinhood into Canada is extremely exciting.
Now, I also sat down with Jose Fernandez de Ponte, General Manager of the Blockchain, Crypto, and Digital
TikTok
Currencies
seller,
team at
thank you for
PayPal.
the
Back
swan.
in September, the company announced that
Mother
it
of
was
Dragons, thank you
allowing
for the
US
heart
merchants
me.
to buy, hold, and sell crypto from their business accounts. We discussed how that's going and what else is in store for PayPal. So at PayPal, you're leading efforts in everything to do with Web3 and crypto, and one big project was getting PYUSD off the ground, PayPal's US dollar peg.
We need 4 more swans.
It's been live now for a year and a half, and you spent another year and a half
4
to 2 years
more
with regulators
swans.
before that to get all the regulatory approval. In terms of where you go from here, it seemed as though we were so close to getting stablecoin legislation, and then that stalled out in Capitol Hill. Does that even affect, though, what you're trying to achieve with PYUSD? What
I think that getting that legislation in place is fundamentally important, not only for us, but for the sector in the US more generally. If you think of what we are trying to do,
We're having an audio issue.
We're trying to make sure that PayPal and Venmo are the
So there's
gateway
no
product to
audio.
get more people into crypto. We are very aware that the uniqueness of what we have is for 100 million consumers and merchants and the distribution access. A lot of people that we have on the crypto side are first-time crypto users. There's a ton of people who are saying, hey, I'm intrigued by Bitcoin or ETH. I'm going to put $100 on it. I don't know the other companies in the sector, but I know PayPal. I trust them. So a lot of people get into crypto through us, and that leads us to continue to add tokens. We added Sol and Link recently. We will continue to add stuff. So making the PayPal and Venmo wallet a mainstream destination is an important one. The other two are mostly about the stablecoin for payments. So it's important for us that our stablecoin is available everywhere. Crypto capital markets are one place.
Okay,
And
audio
we think
should
that
be
it's important
fixed.
that there is competition in stablecoins.
Thank you.
And that's why we are doing
Round of
work with
applause
Coinbase
for the
and others.
IT guy.
The third one that has to goes back to the legislation is we want hundreds of millions of wallets, hundreds of millions of people carrying stablecoins in their wallets to pay. And to provide that security, it is important that there is legislation in place. We are seeing that in the UK and in Europe and in Japan and in Singapore, and being able to get to conclusion in the US would be a very, very important feat.
Now, you mentioned your recent deal that you struck with Coinbase.
Yes.
What's the significance of that for PYUSD and for your customers?
Well, think about it. We have a lot of consumers and a lot of merchants. We are not big players in the institutional investment space. Coinbase has that. If all of a sudden you can connect two platforms where you get consumers and merchants and institutional investors, and then you can remove the friction and remove fees to buy PYUSD and make that available everywhere, it drives liquidity, and liquidity drives cost down and drives adoption. So we think it's a very, very good combination of putting a merchant network and an investor network together and see what the network effects, how they expand.
Now, PYUSD's market cap has kind of fluctuated. You
Yeah.
hit the $1 billion mark, then it came down to below 500 million. It's come back up since then. Now, you had some incentives around that, which drove people into using the token. But what's the long-term plan? Because right now the market's still very much dominated by Tether and USDC. So where is PYUSD's place in this?
So as you were saying, it went over $1 billion, came down. Now it's about 900 million or so. The market is very enamored with market cap for a couple of reasons. And I think one is relevant and the other is less relevant. The less relevant one is that traditionally stablecoin issuers make money from the yield on the reserve. If that's the way you make money, you care a lot about market cap, because more assets on the reserve, more yield, the stablecoin issuer makes more money. We have many other ways to monetize the stablecoin, so we are less interested in that part, and eventually that part is going to get competed away. The second reason that why size is important is liquidity. Size drives liquidity. You don't want the slippage when you're moving between the stable coins or when you're moving from crypto to stable coin. So there's a minimum scale that we think is relevant. I don't believe that you're going to see 300 stable coins that matter. A minimum scale is going to be important. I also don't think that you're going to see 2 that matter. So we definitely want to be bigger than we are today, but we look at 4 numbers, and market cap is only 1. So we look at market cap, we look at the number of on-chain transfers, and we're doing about 4 or 5 billion in on-chain transfer volume every month, which is highly relevant. We look at the number of transactions. There are 1.5 million transactions every month happening on PYUSD, and we look at the number of active wallets, which is in the range of 40 to 50,000. So all those things, you need liquidity, but then you need activity. We don't want hundreds of millions of PYUSD just sitting there as collateral, not doing much. We want it to move around and to interact and moving from wallet to wallet.
Last year, you rolled out more of a crypto strategy with merchants where they could accept crypto. What does that look like? What does adoption look like? Is it popular? Is it, you know?
It is popular, especially because, again, we're removing friction. If you're going to a merchant today and you say, hey, you should accept stablecoin payments or crypto payments in general, they're going to look at that and say, yeah, I understand it's going to be cheaper, but I have a ton in my product roadmap. Where do I slot it? How many incremental customers? What we did last year by enabling crypto checkout is that basically they don't need to do anything. Say, hey, look, you get it. It's a freebie. You don't need to change your integration. You don't need to do anything different. And you will keep accepting fiat. So put it out there and see what happens. And we are starting to see transactions and consumers who want to pay. We will be expanding that. We want to be able to do more of that, because when you tell to a merchant, I've never seen a merchant who's adding an additional payment method because it was cheaper. The reason for a merchant to accept a new payment method is always incremental business. It's how much more revenue, how many additional consumers we're going to get. And the moment that you go there and say, look, there are 100 million consumers out there who are holding stable coins in their wallets. And most of them, they're not in the US. So you want to open up your business and get traffic from Asia, from Africa, from South America, with a very easy integration, this is a very good way to do it. So removing that friction and opening up that new user base, I believe that's what is going to do the trick and get merchants. More companies, so we are doing it, other payments companies are starting to do it, so it's starting to be in the water supply a little bit, but it will take time. I don't like crypto winters. I think that we need to keep the right time perspective here. As we have said before, we are in year 5 of a 10-year journey. These things will take time.
It's gonna take
Okay,
time.
that's all for Crypto World today, but be on the lookout for more conversations from this conference,
Gonna
including with
take
Eric
time,
Trump,
people.
the co-founder of the
This stuff does not happen overnight. All right, so let's look at Bitcoin. Let's look at Bitcoin. Oh yeah, Bitcoin looks nice, 104. And that would indicate that Bitcoin dominance has gone down. Let's take a look at Bitcoin dominance. It's about the same altcoin season, but look at we were over here and we're falling away from altcoin season. So I'd say Bitcoin dominance is still pretty strong. I think July we should move over here into the altcoin season, and then by November we'll be in the blue. That all lines up with the timeline. Let's it contains unoriginal reproduced content. I just got hit with guidelines. More appeals. Just got hit with guidelines because we watched a little video. You know, why can't we watch a video and talk about it? I don't understand it. How can you find out if whales are buying into XOP? It's whale alert, I think. Let's see here. I know they have one for Bitcoin, but let's see. Ripple, boom. 1.8 billion. Let me see here. Give me a moment. Dang, we got hit with guidelines again. I got the link right here, man. It's called Whale Alert. You go up here to blockchain. You're going to put in Ripple. That's going to bring up XRP there, but there's no data available. I generally, when there's a whale alert, Trading View will come up with one. You click on this little lightning bolt on Trading View, and it'll usually pop up right here. Let me see here. I'm not seeing any whale alert, so there may not be too much, but there is analytics that you can follow with that. But generally, it's not anything happening that is necessarily indicating that something big is happening unless it's in here. And click more events. Ukraine drafts bill to add Bitcoin to war chest as a national reserve next. Ukraine's potential Bitcoin reserve indicates a shift towards financial self-sovereignty. The draft bill not only proposes holding Bitcoin, but also opens the door for sweeping legal reforms that could define Ukraine's digital asset framework for decades to come. That's interesting. That is interesting. All right, let's see here. More news. So we were talking about Walmart, right? Let's see what Walmart, what's going on with Walmart? Let's read this. India disputes Trump's claim it is ready to charge U.S. no tariffs. We did read, I think it was yesterday or the day before, India is proposing retaliatory tariffs, and India disputes Trump's claim it is ready to charge U.S. no tariffs. Let's watch the video.
I had a little problem with Tim Cook yesterday. I said to him, Tim, you're my friend. I treated you very good. You're coming in with $500 billion, but now I hear you're building all over India. I don't want you building in India. You can build in India if you want to take care of India, because India is one of the highest tariff nations in the world. It's very hard to sell into India. And they've offered us a deal where basically they're willing to literally charge us no tariff. So we go from the highest tariff, you couldn't do business in India. We're not even a top 30 in India because the tariff is so high, to a point where they have actually told us, I assume you too, Scott, you were working on that also, that there will be no tariff, right? Would you say that's a difference? They're the highest and now they're saying no tariff. But I said to Tim, look, we've treated you really good. We put up with all the plants that you built in China for years. Now you got to build us. We're not interested in you building in India. India can take care of themselves. They're doing very well. We want you to build here, and they're going to be upping their production in the United States. Apple.
That's interesting. So no tariffs from India. That would be that would probably be one of the best deals that, and we don't need to read it. We heard it from the horse's mouth. But that would be very, very good trade deal. But nothing's set in stone yet. There are no nothing that indicates that that's what's going to be the case. At least not yet. Let's watch this little video here.
We will do our best to keep our prices as low as possible. But given the magnitude of the tariffs, even at the reduction announced this week, we aren't able to absorb all the pressure given the reality of narrow retail margins. We're positioned to manage the cost pressure from tariffs as well or better than anyone. But even at the reduced levels, the higher tariffs will result in higher prices.
All right, so Walmart warns it will raise prices because of tariffs. They will raise prices for any reason they can. Any company, they have everything to gain from raising prices because they never bring them back down. They get you used to paying them, and even if the tariffs do go away, they are going to hold on to that because that is going to make them filthy rich. Now, based off of that, listen to this interview.
Well, Walmart closing lower today, but off its lows of the session. The nation's largest retailer delivering a quarterly earnings beat and stuck by its full-year forecast. But Walmart also announcing price hikes that could start as early as next week. The reason? Tariffs.
Big Baller, thank you for subscribing on Twitch.
Products, including toys and bananas. CFO John David Rainey telling CNBC that Walmart is trying to navigate the best that we can. Here to talk price increases, tariffs, and more. Bill Simon,
thank you for
former Walmart
handling
US
that
CEO.
for
Bill
me.
is now on Darden's board and is
Yes,
chairman
there's
of
bad
Hanes
news from the
Brands.
SEC
Bill, always
case.
great to get your input, especially on Walmart. Great to see you.
Great to see you. How are you?
Good. So, 90% of Americans are customers of Walmart. Should we expect price increases? Because you say that Walmart really theoretically should be able to absorb a lot of the costs of the tariffs. Why is it announcing price increases?
Well, I think they'll probably raise prices episodically on certain items. But if you look down deep and dig into the details of their earnings release today, this quarter they grew their gross profit margin in the U.S. business 25 basis points. So they're expanding their margin. They also reported their general merchandise categories were flat-ish because they had mid-single-digit price deflation. So all that product that has the tariffs on it, they reported last quarter actually went down in price. So that sort of gives them room, in my view, to manage any tariff impact that they would have. And I think they're really, really effective at doing that.
They're the best, without question. But let's take it to 30,000. What's your view on just now the state of the consumer, given everything that Walmart just said? We've heard from a slew of different people. Going to pass on costs. They're going to try to. What do you make of all this? Because I don't think the consumer's in a particularly good spot.
Yeah, I don't think, you look at the drivers of the middle of the economy. The upper end is different, but the middle of the economy is very job employment dependent and very gas price dependent. And both of those numbers keep coming back pretty good. We're near full employment, so everybody who wants a job has one. Gas prices year on year are down. I think the consumer is fairly buoyant, and housing costs, which were a real catastrophe 24 months ago, have sort of peaked and started to head down. So I think the consumer feels pretty good on the one hand. On the other hand, all the doom and gloom we hear about price increases and tariffs, like we heard from my friends at Walmart today, I think it scares them some.
Do you think that Target is going to be particularly hurt in this sort of environment as Walmart is able to hold prices lower?
Target has the disadvantage of having a much bigger, as you well know, general merchandise, non-food business, and the non-food categories are typically very heavily import dependent, and depending on where their footprint is these days, most retailers, including Target, mitigated some of their China risk several years ago when the first round of China tariffs were put into place. But a lot of them still have exposure to places like Vietnam, and those tariffs are still, out there and pending. I think Target will have a much more difficult time mitigating and absorbing the tariff costs than say Walmart or Costco that have a much bigger food business.
So, Bill, during your tenure, you had some manufacturing initiatives with Walmart. There's obviously a higher premium buyer now, above $100,000 yearly salary for people that are shopping at Walmart. That's a big part of their revenues. What can retailers do to prevent the next pandemic, the next tariff war? What can they get ahead of here?
Manufacturing is a math equation, right? It's input costs, labor costs, transportation costs, sum it all up and get it to the customer at the best possible price. And for many, many years, because of the low labor costs and a relatively low relatively low labor costs in markets like Asia and relatively low transportation costs and oil prices, it resulted in the shifting of the manufacturing bases, as we well know. The tariff situation didn't help it. It had been discussed but never implemented at all. And that math equation is changing with an emerging middle class in Asia. The labor rates in Asia are rising as the consumerism rises. Oil prices are now at fuel prices. Transportation costs aren't as cheap as they once were. So that equation's changing, and companies have to constantly look at that equation and find out where's the best place to produce to get the product to the customer at the most efficient way. Closest to the point of consumption is the most efficient, and now it's becoming increasingly the most cost effective.
Bill, I always play Would You Rather with you, and we're going to do it tonight again, if you will. Walmart, Target, or pick another retailer. Which is best poised to weather tariffs?
Best to weather the tariffs would be Walmart. Best, I think, from an investment standpoint.
There's no reason for them to raise prices. Like you said, Walmart is poised to handle something like this.
I think if
they
you
make
can find
more
a way
money
to,
than they've ever made.
Sort of stomach a long play on Target, you'll do really well.
They still are going to use any
Great to have
excuse
you,
to
Bill.
raise the
Thank
price.
You. Bill Simon, who likes Target.
I never thought he'd say that.
I'm glad we tag teamed on that one.
Yeah.
So yeah, they don't care. Excuse me. They don't care about people. They don't care about anything. They know that they have an excuse that they can raise the prices right now, and they're going to do it. They're going to do it. Of course they're going to do it. Why wouldn't they? It's evil and dirty, but it's crazy. So that was something someone asked about earlier. And Morgan Brittle asked, why is XRP dumping? What's up, Eric? And don't forget, guys, if you're watching on TikTok, send in the heart me's. The gifts are great too, but when you send a heart me, it does help me much more with TikTok. And we are dealing with the shadow ban, so it will help very much. So there's a little heart next to my name. There, you'll see my little logo up at the top, Oz the Crypto Goat, and there's a little heart next to it. And if you send a heart me, that is going to help me exponentially. So please help out in that way if you can. But Morgan Brittle wondered why XRP is dumping today. The judge did not appeal or did not approve the dropping of the SEC case. That is why. We covered that earlier. And don't forget, Morgan, if you did miss a portion of the show, you can always go and rewatch it later on YouTube. So after the live, they will be uploaded directly onto YouTube, and you can rewatch all of that. So, yeah, take advantage of those videos on YouTube, guys. If you miss a show, obviously you can't be in every live, but you can always go back and check and rewatch. All right, let's see here. More news. And we got flagged for guidelines. It's crazy. This is interesting. Satellite images don't lie. China is quietly building the largest military complex on Earth, and it's already massive. I got to renew my subscription. Yeah, don't forget to renew your subscription. Thank you for the heart me, Eric. Much appreciated. Become a deluxe subscriber, and you get access to those daily price point videos, and you can also message me directly for daily coaching. And as a deluxe subscriber, you can sign up for the email alert system, where you can receive alerts through your email that you can customize with a special ringtone or whatever, and make sure that it's prioritized so that it always goes off. So you have more control with those alerts, because TikTok does not always alert you when I post those daily price point videos. And sometimes they happen at 2, 3 in the morning. And a lot of people miss them because they're sleeping, or TikTok doesn't put the notification through. So by setting up the email notification system, you are able to get alerted every time I post something. And you'll also be alerted when we go live. And there'll be more to it later on. It'll be maybe a newsletter or something too. It's still in development. As for right now, it's an alert system to help make sure that you get those daily price point sub only videos notifications, because time is money. So if you're looking to sign up for the email list, it is $1.99 a month. And all you have to do is be a deluxe subscriber and message me with your email, and I will send you all the information how to get it set up. So satellite images don't lie. China is quietly building the largest military complex on Earth, and it's massive. In a dramatic escalation of its military ambitions, China is constructing the world's largest underground command center. A move has sparked international concern and intensified geopolitical tensions in Asia. Obviously, this is an AI rendering right here. In a nutshell, we're going to read the in a nutshell part. China is constructing the world's largest underground military compound center, signaling its strategic ambitions. The new facility raises concerns about regional security and the shift in balance of power in Asia. Project showcases Chinese technological prowess and could influence global military strategies. The development prompts nations to reassess their military strategies, potentially leading to increased rivalry or dialogue. Very interesting. The underground cities are real, ladies and gentlemen. They are real. This is real stuff. It's happening. And I'm sure a few weeks ago when I covered that, some people probably didn't believe it, but as time goes on, you're going to find more validity in the things I tell you. The tunnels are your favorite, bro. The tunnels are just the tip, bro. We got so much more to cover, so many more stories, so many things you guys would not believe if I told you. And that's why we have to work up to you all understanding, leaving you a breadcrumb trail, so that way you find the validity in the things that I tell you. But also, I'll be releasing them obviously prior to things or as they unfold. But I've been in all of this stuff and I've seen it firsthand. I know what they're doing and how they communicate and how they do things. And this is going to enlighten you. I'm here to enlighten you and educate you in what is literally happening right in front of everyone every single day. But their eyes aren't open to it yet, and they don't quite understand it yet. They don't know what they're seeing when they see it. And that's the point. That's why they do it in the way they do it. And don't forget, we will be doing a Twitch only live at the end of the show. Just the last little bit, we're going to talk about the NDA stuff. So come on over there. We'll go over that one more little tidbit, and maybe we'll jump down another rabbit hole if something comes up. But I think the next, I haven't decided what the next breadcrumb is that I need to give you all, but there is definitely, we are due for a new breadcrumb. And all of these stories one day will all link together, and it will give you broader, greater understanding to what is happening. So don't miss out on the Twitch only live. It's the only place that I can tell you guys because TikTok won't allow me to do it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have Twitch. We'd just stay on TikTok. But the censorship is just out of control. All right, let's see here. Oh, excuse me. Trump suggests U.S. should take Gaza and turn it into a freedom zone. During Business Roundtable in Qatar on Tuesday, May 16th, President Donald Trump once again suggested a U.S. takeover of Gaza as a way of attempting to redevelop the Palestinian territory. His words, "I think I'd be proud to have the United States have it, take it, make it a freedom zone, let some good things happen, put people in homes where they can be safe, and Hamas is going to have to deal with it," said Trump during a roundtable interview with Qatar officials in the presence of reporters. He continued, "I have concepts for Gaza. I think they're very good. Make it a freedom zone. Listen, I have concepts for Gaza that I think are very good. Make it a freedom zone. Let the United States get involved." I'm going to start doing the Trump quotes in the Trump voice. I think it'll be more hilarious. Per the CNN, president went on to add, "They never solved the Gaza problem, and you look at it." Oh, "They never solved the Gaza problem, and if you look at it, I have aerial shots. I mean, there are practically no buildings standing there. No buildings. People are living under a rubble of buildings that collapsed, which is not acceptable. It's tremendous death. All I want to see is that be a freedom zone." Trump's comments come aimed reports of multiple airstrikes hitting Gazan city of Khan overnight into Tuesday, breaking down Trump's plan. This is not the first time the president has put forward ideas about the future of Gaza, which currently governed by Hamas. In January, while talking to promoters on Air Force One, Trump said he wanted Jordan and Egypt to take in Palestine, suggested clean it out. We're going to make it all clean. It's going to be beautiful. Of the Gaza Strip. You're talking about probably 1.5 billion people. We just clean out the whole thing. I don't know. Something has to happen, but literally a demolition site right now. The idea prompted a strong rebuke from Arab nations. When the Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visited the White House on February, Trump once again shared his vision for the war-torn location. "The U.S. will take the Gaza Strip. We will go. We'll do a good job with it. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous bombs and weapons over there. It's a horrific sight." I added that in. "We'll level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs, a house for for the people in the area. It's going to be great." When asked what authorities would allow the U.S. to carry out this idea and whether he was talking about a permanent occupation there, Trump replied, "I don't see a long-term ownership position, and I see it bringing great stability to the part of the Middle East and maybe even the entire Middle East." Trump went on to say that was not a decision lightly made and claimed everybody I've been spoken to loves the idea of the United States owning that piece of land. "No one's coming inside Gaza as Israel expands its military control." Standing next to Trump, Netanyahu said that one of Israel's main goals was to make sure Gaza never poses a threat to Israel again, adding that Trump offer would be taking this goal to a much higher level. "I think it's worth paying attention to this," Netanyahu concluded. Later in February, President Trump shared an AI video on social media platform True Social depicting Trump Gaza. The video included AI-generated images of a golden statue of the U.S. president in Gaza, luxury cars and skyscrapers in a reconstructed Gaza Strip. Oh, excuse me. I'm still struggling from the pneumonia. It's definitely got a lot better, but oh man, it's just been lingering. Eric, thank you for the heart me. TikTok seller, thank you for the 17 roses and the 10 lightning bolts. Much appreciated. And don't forget, we've got 1 out of 5 swans. We need 4 more swans. Who's got me with the swan? Help me out. Help support the show if you can. If not, you can always just hit the like button. We're at 65K likes. We're back to our regular analytics. We're back there. Viewership's a little bit down because we just got hit with guidelines and they did not approve the appeal. So it is what it is. But you know, we can at least try to, you know, do something here. And don't forget, if you do really want to help the show out, the best way to give is to send a donation. You can send the donations by clicking the Stream Elements donation thing on TikTok. There's a little thing you click on there. It says Stream Elements right there in the chat. And you just click on that link and it'll take you directly there, and you can pay with any credit card that way and send a donation directly to the show. And you can always send it through Cash App or Venmo, and that would be OZZY 122-33504, and you send it to there, and it's going to go directly to the show. Like, there's no middleman, there's no nothing. Platforms like TikTok and Twitch, they take a portion of, you know, what you send. So when you send it directly to the Cash App or Venmo or PayPal, I receive 100% of those donations, and those donations go to building this studio and to paying the staff. It doesn't go in my pocket. I don't ask TikTok seller. He'll tell you himself. He's seen the studio. He's the only one that's seen it yet, and it's still not completely done. But every little bit that you guys have sent me, I have reinvested back into the show with paying the staff and building everything, and then some. Like, basically for every dollar you guys put in, I put in $100. That's where we're at right now. Eventually, one day I want to get to where I don't have to keep investing my money in, but for every dollar you guys send, I invest $100 into this. And you know, we're building something here, and I see that this can be something amazing. And the studio is just incredible. It's beautiful, and it's gonna look even more amazing. I cannot wait. I'm hoping that the cameras are on by Monday, but there's been it's just been a lot of delays with the construction crew and getting the materials, and I'm like, let's get all the materials now, let's get them all. And it's like, okay, we get this, and then there's just always something that we run into, and it is just difficult to get a construction crew to work on the weekend. It's nearly impossible. So it's been very difficult and more expensive because I have to have people working on the weekends, because we do the show during the week and we're in the studio. But there may come a point where I will take a day or two, probably because we did that like a week or so ago. We had a few days off from the show because we had to move equipment into the studio and do construction and things. And we couldn't do the show because the equipment wasn't going to be set up. So there is that. That's probably going to be coming soon. I'm hoping that it doesn't have to be till next week, because I don't want to be doing that too often. But we're hard lined in with internet now, directly connected to Ethernet. A lot has happened, and every day it progresses a little bit further, and it's exciting. It's exciting to see all of these things unfolding every single day. But we're getting very close to turning on the cameras. And let me tell you, when the cameras turn on, we're basically done. It'll be done completely. And the way everything was built this time, everything in the studio, like obviously some things are smaller and can be carried out, but most of everything in the studio is built into it. So once it's in here, it can never leave. It's here for good. Has anyone heard of Ripple Bids? Very new and would be like a crypto eBay. I haven't heard of that. That is interesting. A crypto eBay, like what you put bids on crypto, or you pay with crypto to buy goods that you bid on. Because that would be cool. Like if it's like, okay, I want to sell this old cell phone or whatever, I'm going to put it on my crypto Ripple eBay blockchain thing, and people can send me XRP or stable coins or whatever to buy. Yeah, that's cool. But I mean, technically that already exists with the new PYUSD, the PayPal. So like PayPal and Venmo, you can buy crypto with. So you can buy crypto and then convert stable coins into cash and then buy things. So or you can convert your crypto into cash and buy things through PayPal and Venmo. I guess it's the same thing, just maybe one less step. You're paying directly with crypto. I don't know. But technically, it kind of already exists. So I think it's a great concept, and I think more of that kind of stuff is coming. But I don't know. I think you're going to definitely see more. You probably won't see much of like where you pay with crypto coins, but with stable coins, that is definitely coming. Because that's the idea of stable coins, is to be like actual currency. When you're buying these other coins like XRP, for instance, XRP is something you're buying into that fluctuates in value, whereas the stable coins are like the US dollar. It's pegged. Oh, excuse me. It's pegged to something, But that is interesting. I haven't heard of that. I'll have the fact checker team look into it. We're not going to have enough time to cover it today. Putin snubs peace talks with Zelensky in Istanbul despite having proposed a face-to-face meeting. The Russian leader chose not to show. And that's basically all there is to take from this. I don't think Russia has any intentions of having a ceasefire or negotiating anything. They've basically gotten to a point where they're doing whatever they want to do. So everyone, a couple weeks ago was like, oh yeah, there's going to be a peace deal and a ceasefire and all that. I just don't see it happening. Would you happen to know which exchange accepts deposits over 10K in Australia? I do not know as far as Australia, but I do not do any recommendations on exchanges at all because of what happened with FTX and everything, and just for legal reasons. Management has asked me not to recommend any specific exchanges to use. So I do apologize for that, but yeah, that's just something we can't handle. Check 1 2, test 1 2. All right, we had a little hiccup there with the audio. All right, little T&A right now. I think it's highly likely we pump back up to 243 to 247 and then come back down, and we're going to work our way down head and shoulders, and that would line up with our X right here and with the timeline of the end of May sell off. And if we break below 210 and start heading towards $2, if we do not hold $2, all right, so let's say we move down here, we come down here, bam, we hit 205-ish right here, and we don't hold that, we're dropping down here. But there is the possibility we hit 205 and bounce off and kind of channel along here and then break upward. But we're going to have to wait and see. I would suggest that it's likely that we're going to break downward, but how far is the question, because I think there's more speculation going around that everything is happening this year, and because of that, people are holding and aren't going to sell off like they did the previous cycle. So that is a possibility as well. Something to keep in mind, that in the summertime, people start to sell off. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 160-ish again or lower. It is still on the table. Keep that in mind. All right, so we're going to end the live on TikTok and we're going to move over to Twitch. Won't 220 be a struggle? Yeah, but not so much. I think it could, and that could fulfill a head and shoulders, but I think once it starts breaking, a lot of people are going to be piling out, and that's just because of the May sell-off. It could blow through 220 pretty quickly. We might get a little bit of a sideways move and then drop, but I would say maybe a day or so. Most of that 220 zone, that strong support or resistance that we've had from it, has been eaten up from all the times we dropped below it and pumped up above it. I think it will still hold some resistance or support and consolidation from there. But a lot of that was eaten up this last time. We were stuck in there a good amount of time. That was all the way through from April 13th through May 7th. A whole month in that consolidation zone. A lot got eaten up, but that could also create a lot of resistance to get through it. But if bad news is coming out, it's going to blow right through it. And I think with the whole judge not approving what's going on with the case, they're going to have to come out with fake news to keep, or, you know, some kind of something to bring it up here. But I think it could definitely, yeah, you know, 218, 220 could be that head and shoulders. But this head and shoulders would definitely indicate more of a move. If we plot it out right here. It's about right there. Move that. That would put it, you know, right there at 210. So keep that in mind. That's what it would indicate. And that would be on May 19th. Right over the X. Big red candle. And if we're just redding out, you know, and people are going to get scared. So we'll see. All right. Thank you all for watching on TikTok. Don't forget to come on over to Twitch. We're going to be live on Twitch after this show. And we're going to be talking about some things that we cannot talk about here on TikTok. So we're going to be going over my NDA and that subject that got us banned for 7 days last time. And we're going to go over I don't know, I'll think of something. I definitely have more stories to tell. I just feel like some of them you're not ready for yet. You're not ready for it. But we'll get there. Anyway, I will see you all on Twitch, guys. See you there. Well, it's going to be kind of short, though. Maybe not too long. We got about an hour left of time, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes. So come on over to Twitch. That's Oz the Crypto Goat, all lowercases, no spaces, where we will be live for the second half of the show where we talk about things that we cannot say on TikTok. All right, see you all there. All right, let's see here. Get rid of TikTok nonsense. All right. How is my Twitch family doing? My Twitchers. So we were talking earlier about Theta was the coin we were talking about. Sitting at 91 cents. Is it? Let's look at that real quick. Oops, that was not what I wanted to do. Yeah, here we are. Yeah, that one is mirroring XRP like in the recently, not altogether. But yeah, that one will come down again. I'd say anywhere from 77, maybe 80 cents to 54 cents is a good buy for that one. And just accumulate in that zone, and eventually it'll spike up again like this. And I would say it's probably going to go a little lower when it does, or it does another big one like this eventually. But this is when they first come out, they do this, and then they're not so much the next couple times. But it could run, you know, sideways for a while, for years, and then go up. Yeah. But it could be a long time before another one of these happened. But that's all right. You know, what you're going to be doing is looking for those prices below 70 cents and just keep buying all along the line. Every time it drops, you know, 70 cents or lower, you're just going to keep buying for years. For years, you're going to do that until it finally... Can you look at Ondo? Sure. Ondo. What would you like to know about Ondo? Short term, long term. This looks like an ascending channel here on the 1 day. And that would indicate a fall. And if we're coming into crypto winter, it could fall out before it gets another pump. There is a possibility things pump one more time. Let's say it does pump one more time. I'd say 119-ish. 120. 119 to 125. But I would say crypto winter's coming. It's probably going to come down here and or move a little sideways and then fall down. Who knows? But I think this one's poised to fall out along with everything else. This guy's a clown. You know what? That's what everybody said. They said I was a clown when I said that XRP would fall to 163, 160-ish before it would continue climbing and breaking out of this trend. Everybody said that. And by the way, I did post that video. I think it was you that was asking about it. Can you show? I'm not showing anybody, especially with all the hacking that went on. Everyone, how you doing, little bro? Yeah. But yeah, they called me a clown. I want to say it was January 30th. January 30th, I posted that tariffs were going to go into effect at midnight the following day, and that we were going to crash, and it would continue to fall and crash until it hit about 163. And then from there, it would be the turn upward. Can you look at butthole on Solana? Is that really a freaking coin? Yeah, I'll look at butthole. I'm always down to look at some butthole. You had one of the big XRP streamers in your live lurking earlier. Really? Yeah, there's they're monitoring the show right now. We have like one of the best quality shows for crypto on Twitch right now. I'll look at your butthole. Bend over. We're on Twitch. I can say whatever I want. I'll tell you what, I want to own fart coin and I want to own butthole. I'm down. That was part of the hater guy I told you about. LOL, the streamer tuned in. He didn't chat. What do you mean? What was his name? Why is the host lying? I ain't lying. Oh, 8 inches is back. What's up, guys? JPEG Jordan. He was just lurking. That's cool. I think I'm going to be speaking at TwitchCon. We'll see. I don't see Butthole coin linked to the US dollar, though. Is Butthole linked to anything? Is there anything in your butthole? Let's see. What's a blockchain? Let's look on. It's on Solana, right? I think that's what he said. Yeah, Butthole on Solana. Radium Solana? I see Radium Solana, but I don't see like Solana. Let's check out this one. Is that what you're looking for? Is that the butthole you're looking for? I'm 7 USDT. If you're 7 years old, I believe it. But we're talking about butthole coin here. Wait, what? BHC. All right, let's look here. And that's on Solana? No, it's butthole coin on Solana, though. It's on the Solana network. I think this is it. It's one of these. I don't see anything else on Solana. Fact checker was yelling at you. I know. Bro, click the USDT pairing, you idiot. What do you mean? It's my first day. I've never done this before. I need to buy me some butthole. I agree. Maybe in Vegas. Vegas is a good place to do that. Are you going to be in Vegas, Big Baller? Oz with the low shots got me dying. Hey, all right, cool, man. I'm excited to see you there. Henry's going to be there too. I think butthole. I think it's going to drop its butthole. I think it's going to drop it low. Dip it low to the flow. I'd say 007, baby. Goon. All right, let me do Goon. Keep asking about that one. Goon coin, I found it. Let me, before I leave this one, butthole coin, I actually really like anything that's fun or silly like this. I want to own it. Okay, I want to own somebody's butthole. So, I would say it's in the accumulation zone. This is the time to be buying it for sure, but it could also go as low as 0.0006 or 0.0007. But I would say that probably it would 0.0035. Okay, I'm going to bring a beer gator with me because I have to show multiple breweries when I'm there. Sure. Yeah, bring it on down. I'll take a look at it. I'm actually really interested. Henry says that we're all wearing suits to Vegas. I haven't decided if I was going to wear my suit or not. I do have some pretty nice ones. I just don't want y'all to feel bad. I don't want to look so nice. Plus, I'm going to have all my gear with me. It's going to be a little much. So, yeah, I think your butthole's ready to be accumulated. Definitely in an accumulation zone. But it does have the potential to reach more of a despair. But I think it's reached the mean. I'm bringing my birthday suit to Vegas. Yeah, I'm going to wear my birthday suit underneath my clothes. All right. I'm definitely going to buy some butthole. Maybe I'll buy some butthole when we're in Vegas. We'll do it in the live. Be like, hey, we're all here. We're here live, and we're about to buy some butthole. All right, let's check out Goon. Let's check out Goon. All right, so you guys want to talk about some rabbit hole stuff? Let's see. Goon is on what? Tether? Man, I've been so hiccupy today. Is it Goon's on Tether? Jessica Windrunner says, I would buy it, but I don't want it to be in my search history. All right. Goon on Tether. That can't be it. Goon coin. Tether USD. Must be this one. That's all there is to it? Goon's only been on a few days? How long has Goon been going? Buy it, make money, delete search history. Win all around. How long has Goon been on the market? Because my indications say it's only 1, 2, 3, 4 days it's been out. That tells me some pump and dump action. I don't know. Not sure. I just read a girl make $330K and 300 with $300. Yeah, I mean, if they bought here and it ran up, but I'd say it's done. And we're going into crypto winter. It could pump again, but I mean, it is pretty low, but it's fallen below this support line. I would say it's got more room to fall, but it hasn't fallen anymore because people are holding, waiting for it to pump again. I think most people bought right here, and that's what sent it up, and people held too long, and then it's been trading, consolidating, and then now it's just done. You also have to be careful when people say that. They lie to you. They'll buy the freaking top and then they'll go out and they'll say, hey, everybody go buy Goon Coin. I made all this money off of it, and to get it to pump up again so that they can use you as exit liquidity. It's like a Ponzi scheme kind of thing. So I never trust those. I would say 9 times out of 10, you know, for every one person that makes it in a meme coin, everyone else loses. You know, like, you know, hundreds of thousands of people lose. You know, and I would say 9 times out of 10, most of the stories I hear about meme coins are, I lost everything. I lost a whole bunch on this meme coin. And then when I do hear, oh, I won a bunch of money off the meme coin, my speculation is that 9 times out of 10, those people lost too, and they're trying to pump it up to get it to run back up again. So I don't know. I mean, there is a potential. It is so new that it could do something again, but you can't, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. You can't chart things like this. You just can't. You can't expect. It's a meme thing, you know. It catches on, and then it pumps up, and then it's done. And unless it gets another, you know, crazy push of, hey, it's pumping, you know, the meme coins run off of like the internet hype. They shouldn't even call them meme coins. They should call them hype coins. I'm going to start calling them hype coins now. Be careful with this stuff, okay? Be very careful with this. This is generally why I don't do meme coins or any of this, because you can get burned and lose a lot very quickly. And then you could buy the bottom and just hold it and it never do anything ever again. You know what I mean? That's the issue with the meme coins, is you got to be in the middle of it running up and catch it early and run the hype and then get out early. And they're very, very, very dangerous. Sure, if you want to play a couple $100, depending on what your financial situation is, that's like your Shiba. I love Shiba Inu. I'm a Shiba Army. That's the only meme coin I like because it has utility. Shiba Inu. I like Shiba. Yeah, it does make me sad. People get taken advantage of on these meme coins. Yes, some people get very rich and some people don't. And what happens is a lot of people, they're just researching different meme coins and they're buying them like the day they come out, the moment they come out. and they throw a little bit in every single one that comes out, you know, and hoping that one of them hits. And as they run up, they're just taking profits, pulling the entire time. And that's how they're getting rich. Can you check Shiba? Heck yeah, I'll check Shiba. I remember a guy put in 8K into Shiba and made millions or billions. Biggest haul of all time. Yeah, I remember that. I was a part of that run. I just didn't put that much into it. Let's see. We were doing Shiba. I think Shiba Inu's done though. It'll do little things here and there. But you know, these are meme coins. The hypes are over, but there are those who will be diehard on these coins forever. There's a potential. Let's just say it has another one in it. It could go to 0, 0, 0. Man, I can't even count that many zeros. That's 0, 0, 0, 0, 2, 5. Somewhere along there. That's where it would go if it pumps again. If it's doing what it did here, it's going to come down and pump up again. If it's going to come down and pump up again and then come down, because this is typical for Shiba Inu. This is what it looks like when it pumps. It runs up and it dies down. It runs up and then it dies down. It runs up and then it dies down. But that's just the question of, does it have another one in it? I'm not convinced that these all have another one in it. They may though, just based on speculation. I would say maybe in like November-ish they'll get another run up. And who knows, maybe there'll be a meme coin season thing and these will run up to crazy numbers. Who knows? Just say where my mouse is. Yeah, it's right where my mouse is, right here. This would be the top. That's the top, baby. If it does pump again. Or just under, you know, be conservative. I'd probably even put it more like there. What's up, Oz? Have you checked H-bar yet? I did, but I can check it again. H-bar. This, so I'm seeing a lot of these. This could be, which means it could have another pump for an exit. I'd say somewhere between 220 to, yeah, somewhere like 220 exit point. Excuse me, 20-cent exit point. Sorry, I'm stuck on freaking XRP's prices. If this is a Head and Shoulders, but I don't think it is. But it could. It could be. I would say more or less it's this pattern. Shoot. We got a channel here. And that would indicate a breakdown. And I think we're coming into crypto winter. I think what we just had was the last good pump before the end of it. That sentiment could turn around. But be prepared, okay, for the sell in May. Happens middle of May. Where we're at, May 15th, okay? May 14th would mark the middle of May, and it would all be downhill from here. possibly one other push, and then downhill. Yeah, they're all doing this channel right now. Everything is indicating downward movement. Yeah, what the heck if you made some good coin at 220? I know, right? My bad about the 220. I'm working on that. I've been so focused on XRP. But yeah, I've been seeing this a lot, and we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it could be breaking. It could be done. So make sure you take profits, keep a moon bag, things like that. But if you're buying along, these zones down here in these low areas, then, you're fine. You take a bunch of profits, and if it does break down, pull out or whatever, and then accumulate back down here at the bottom. But I think everything is just kind of going to go into crypto winter for the cycle, and then probably July it'll be back on. July, August. Oh man. All right, so I wanted to talk to you guys about I got banned the other day on TikTok because I was pointing out the way these scammers work, right? What happens is they scam the companies, right? They hit them with a cyber attack, and then they say, give us this much money or we're going to do it again, or they hold the company hostage where they can't operate or whatever. Yeah, no problem on each bar. So that's what they do. And I knew, I don't know why it is, but something put it on my heart that I was like, hey man, like cyber attacks are coming, and to be prepared for it. And look at what happened to Coinbase. And that's a prime example of what happens to these companies. Okay. And what they do is they hire these other companies that are supposed to be cyber security firms. And these companies pay these cyber security firms, and they post on their, for their company, oh, this company is cyber secure because we operate under this company. I can't say the names of the company, okay? But this company will say, hey, we're going to put our company's label on your company so that way people know that you're secure from cyber attacks. But they're actually not. There is no cyber security from cyber attacks. The only thing that they offer is a bribery system. So they facilitate in the payment of paying the bribes, and it's usually a monthly thing, or ever so often they negotiate and facilitate that bribery. And I have a feeling that those very companies are linked to those that do these nefarious activities. That is more speculative on my end. I don't have any facts behind that, but everything else is 100% factual. I have seen it firsthand and been in those meetings. Okay? That is how it is done. There is no cyber security for anything. Anything. If it's on the computer, it can be accessed. Nothing is safe. Nothing is secure. Did you guys see the movie Sneakers? XRP was named in it. That is where we're at. Okay? These hackers have that access to everything. It is at their fingertips. Back then, it was a concept. It was an idea of one day this could be a problem. And it is a problem now. And that's the issue. And that's my main concern with crypto is because it is digital, because it is linked to the way it is vulnerable. All of this stuff is very vulnerable. Until quantum computing rolls out, they will all be vulnerable. But then with quantum computing rolling out, it may be even harder to encrypt things, because the quantum computer could think around any type of firewall or anything like that. Neo says monorails underground. Yes, they do have monorails underground. They do exist. They are, I wouldn't even say they're like a rail. They're more or less like a magnetic system. So they use electromagnetics for propulsion, and they float on the rail. They don't actually ride on the rail. So there's zero friction. They float on it, and it like sends it down, and it takes off like the same way like the really fast roller coasters, the electromagnetic charges, and then boom, it just takes off. So, and they do, some of them do, I think, over 200 miles an hour. Like a railgun, kind of, yeah. But they don't actually touch the rails, like, or anything like that. It's all, yeah, I mean, it's higher tech than I know. But as a electrical engineer, I know some of it, but that's the kind of stuff that they've been wanting to build above ground and start doing too. But the tech that we get up here is so much more limited to what they're already using down there, because they're siphoning off the budgets for these projects up here to build down there. That's where a lot of that funding comes from. So, but the cybersecurity, man, that is something to be wary of, and that's why, keeping something on a cold wallet does give you security. When you have the dual wallet set up, like I've showed you guys, having one wallet and then that's connected to the exchange, and then a secondary wallet that's not connected to anything, that gives you a layer of protection. And that is very important to have. Yep, I got both Arculus colors. Nice. Yeah, I don't I no longer promote Arculus anymore. I got banned on TikTok from selling them, so if I'm not making any money, I'm not going to promote anybody. But I do have them. So cold storage wallet's probably your best bet. And I think that that's going to be the future. Like the Arculus is tap to pay and all that stuff. That's how it's going to work. That's how it's going to be. So, breadcrumb. These underground cities, huh? There's something. I was thinking about maybe, because I can still go to work with my job, even though I'm retired. So I can work like a certain amount and make like a certain amount and still be considered retired. I'm thinking about getting some hidden cameras and going to work with the sole purpose of getting footage for the show. What do you guys think about that? Management says no. I just hear over the back, from the back, they said nope. Nope. I know, right? I want to do it so bad. I mean, I do have some stuff, but not what you guys are looking for. Guinea Marie says, crazy nope. Yeah, we say yes, they say no. I know, I say yes too. I will do it with you. Good luck. you have the vetting process to get into what I was involved with and doing is, first of all, you have to, not only do you have to know somebody, you have to be related to somebody. My uncle was like, he literally ran the whole thing at the time before he died. And when I was a kid and I wanted to get into it, he and my dad wanted to get into it. My uncle made my dad wait 30 some odd years before he let my dad in. The only reason he let my dad in is because he wanted to let me in. And it was like, okay, if I let him in, I got to let his dad in too.
You're giving me high blood.
I'm giving you high blood pressure. Let me tell you, hold on. Don't go nowhere.
Yes.
I might do it. Maybe.
Going to why you're not.
Why? All right. Management says no, I can't do it. Get the glasses that have cameras. I know, that's what I'm thinking, is like cameras with the glasses. But also, I'd be putting a big target on my head. After that point, there would be no going back. I would need to be more prominent in social media before I can do that. I need to be on a status level where if something happened to me and I disappeared, people would question it. Have daddy in 8 inches go. That's a no-go, even I know that. Yeah. Yeah, my wife manages the business. So she is the voice of reason here. Management says no, however, I have creative control. I'm tempted. I'm very tempted. I literally thought about it yesterday. I was like, you know what? I could just go work a couple days, pick up a couple extra grand, get some footage. Yeah, go in as a spy, investigative journalism. That's kind of where this show is headed, is towards investigative journalism. On location, digging into things, finding things. I will pay you to go. Yeah, 007 stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And I may go and gather the footage now and save it for the right moment, or put it in some type of secure place with someone unknown, where if something happens to me, it's released. Something like that, like a fail-safe. Take the vet. I always take the vet when I go to work. 007 in the Corvette. I know, right? We're playing spy over here now. Fast getaway car. I know, right? Tesla would be faster. I just would be limited in my range. My buddy goes, I bring the vet to work, right? And I park up in the front at SoFi Stadium. And one of the guys that's on my crew, he's he's one of my subordinates, right? And he shows up in his new Tesla and he's like, hey, I'll race you for pinks. And my buddy next to me goes, okay, race him to Vegas. Hide your tracks, don't talk in the footage or anything. That's what I'm thinking, stuff like that, or edit it in a certain way. I want to gather, hold on, hear me out. I'm thinking maybe I should gather the information, put it in the hands of somebody as a fail-safe to ensure my security and well-being, where if something were to happen to me, it gets released.
Do you hear yourself?
I know.
Do you hear yourself?
I know, but people need to know this stuff.
Don't you have a family?
I do.
What's more important?
My family, but I think also it's important that the world knows these things that are being hidden from them.
You know they're going to pinpoint exactly who and when.
Oh, I know.
They were watching you.
I know. That's why I'm in front of a mic now and not on stage. I'm in front of a mic in the security of my own home. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get a lot of shit for this if I do it. And she'll know too, because she'll be like, oh, you're going to work? Why? Why? You hate that place. I do love it though. It's a lot of fun, and it can be a lot of work sometimes, but if I do go, I'm already retired. I'm not really interested in, you know, making a career of it. I would just go and dick around all day. For money, OBV? What do you mean OBV? What does OBV mean? I'm old. You got to remember, I don't know these acronyms. I kind of want to get some video of the underground city and stuff, though. That would be incredible. You know, when I first started working down there, oh, obviously, that's what I was thinking. When I first started working down there, phones were more rudimentary, and a lot of phones didn't have cameras on them yet. That's how long I've been doing this. And we weren't allowed to have a phone with us if it had a camera on it. And nowadays it's a little bit different. They do allow phones with cameras, but they watch. Like, man, I'll tell you what. One was a big one was I was doing this was at SoFi Stadium, and I did WrestleMania, and they were on top of filming. They had crews watching everyone, and they were watching on cameras, and if anyone pulled their phone out while they were out on stage, immediately they'd come rush you. I got footage though of it while it was being built and stuff. I think some of it's on TikTok. If not, I'll post one. I'll post one of the WrestleMania videos on TikTok. But I have a special way of doing stealth photography. Not only does my photography look pro, okay, I'm doing it handheld with a phone, trying not to get caught. It took years of developing that. That is why I'm such a good photographer now, is from doing that. Wasn't there a WWE event in the 80s where someone died? They made everyone there delete any footage. Yes, they do that. Randy the Macho Man Savage. Yeah, remember Hulk Hogan? All that? Yeah. I've actually met a lot of them. I met like John Cena, Big Show. Who else have I met? God, you know what? WrestleMania, I met everybody. I bought one of their, like, it was like their most expensive hat they had. It was like a couple $100 for it, and it was like this special edition WrestleMania hat that they only made a few of them, and like once they were gone, that was it. And like, because I'm there like before everybody, I got in line first and I bought one of these hats, right? I carried it around with me, clipped to my belt, and got hundreds of signatures on this thing. And I gave it to my little cousin because he's a huge fan. But I got all kinds of stuff for him. WrestleMania. I even got one of the chairs from courtside for him. But I mean, this hat that I got him was tagged up. It had every performer's signature on it. I was the head audio engineer, so like I was like the lead guy for the entire stage basically. I was just under stage manager. And I gave no fucks. I was like, I'm the boss around here. Fuck it. Like, hey, can I get your autograph? I walked around with that hat and that pen, and every time someone would see me, they'd see my hat and it would just like have more signatures than they'd be like, You did that? You're not afraid about like getting in trouble? I was like, I don't really care. Like, I was like, I'm about to retire anyway. Like, my career is over anyway. Who cares? Like, this is the stuff that's gonna last long after I've left and I'm gone. You'll get cavity searched, yeah. Junkyard dog, yeah, right. There was a WWE right next to me a couple days ago. There was hella traffic. I know those things are so big. I don't understand why. I've never been really into it. Should have went. Do you think we'll ever see these underground cities as a nation? Yes. Yes, I do. Because I exist and other people like me exist. And with the advancements of technology, eventually this footage is going to get out. It's already starting to get out on TikTok. There are other people that are starting to get these footage and put them out. I remember a recent video about an underground tunnel in cities. Jeffree Star, I think, is their name, and they went after them hard. Oh, yeah. I know. But you all remember his name, don't you? Jeffree Star? They'll remember my name. That's, you know, and that's part of why, like, I record all of these. You know, one day my children and these videos will be all that is left of me. And that's part of why I've worked so hard at building this, and I've invested so much into this, because this is, I mean, other than my children, obviously, but this is my legacy as far as my work. And that's part of why I tell these stories. Because if I don't, it'll get lost. You know, my grandpa used to tell me stories before he passed. And now those stories are all I have left. So this is part of my immortality I'm creating. I'm trying to create the goat mortality. Goat immortality. It's funny how this show's evolved in such a way how I've gone from Tin Man to the goat. What a transition it's been, because I was DJ Tin Man for a while. You may have seen me DJ. I DJ'd with Skrillex back in the day at the Hard Haunted Mansion at the Shrine Auditorium. Good times. Good times. All right, I think that's it for the show tonight. I'm going to start thinking about, I mean, I have plenty of things that I want to talk to you guys about with as far as these rabbit holes go. But I'm going to think about what it is I need to tell you next, because this has to be timed and calculated properly in a way that's going to ensure my safety, as well as not give you too much, because if I tried to explain it all in one live, you'd all think I'd be crazy. But I do believe this information does need to be released. You wear a lot of hats. Only way to stay on top of the game. Yeah, I do wear a lot of hats, and that's part of why I've been so successful in my life. I've done many things, and I think part of it comes from, you know, being in the GATE program. And I mean, when I was a kid, I literally launched a satellite into space from Mission Control when I was in middle school. I was in, you know, those advanced schools for gifted children and things like that growing up. And I was in like film school and things like that. Sounds like you have a lot of fun doing what you've done. You're lucky. Yes, I've had a lot of fun. Good night. Good night to all of you. Hopefully I will see you guys in Vegas and we can hang out. That'll be June 2nd at 5 p.m. 5 p.m. Nevada time. That's Pacific Standard Time. So meet me by the fountain in the Caesar's Palace where the mall is. And that's where we will meet, and we'll go from there. Great show today. Thank you very much. And take care to you as well. But hopefully I know I'm going to see at least a few of you. So that'll be cool. Even if it's just a small handful of us, it'll be more intimate, and we'll have a good time doing that. And I think XRP, we're going to see anywhere from 242 to 247. We'll see. I would aim for the lower number just because the news is pretty bad. But if you're banking on moon cheese, I'd say 247. All right, have a good night, all. I will see you tomorrow, and I'm gonna think of some more stories for y'all. All right, have a good night. More like a bat than a ghost now, huh? Thank you for subscribing on TikTok. Paul Rain 99. Thank you for becoming a deluxe subscriber and take advantage of the coaching. I think I'm going to switch to the bat. Someone said Batman on the ghost. I wish the goat emoji was better. Don't forget to renew your subscriptions on TikTok because we got at least one more month. June 19th is the 90 days is up for TikTok, so we're going to be doing at least one more month. And if you do pay for more months and something does happen, I will honor those subscriptions in another way. We'll facilitate that when it happens. If we have to open a Discord or you can message me through whispers on Twitch, we'll figure it out. So even if you do pay for it, you're going to have that honored wherever it is we do move. So much appreciated for all your support. And don't forget, we are supported by your donations. So you can send those donations by clicking the link on the Twitch stream, or you can send them directly to the Cash App or Venmo. I'll put the Cash App and Venmo up on the in the chat if you guys want to help. But that does help go to help pay for and facilitate everything we do here. Thank you all for your support. I appreciate all of you.